Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. When I was 17, Halloween still felt like something special. Not in the childish way it did when I was younger. No trick-or-treating, no costumes from the dollar store, but in that strange, in-between way where you want to act grown up, but still hold on to something that feels like fun. That year, our group decided to have a little party in the park near my friend Leah's apartment building. We were planning to hang out until late, drink a little, tell some spooky stories, and then all crash at her place. It was her idea, mostly. The park was quiet, dimly lit, and surrounded by tall apartment buildings on one side and a long road on the other. It wasn't really the safest place, but at that age, we thought we were invincible. We were about 8 or 9 people in total, some from school, some friends of friends. I didn't know everyone that well, but Leah was a close friend, and I felt comfortable enough to go along with whatever plans she had. The night started off fine, just loud laughter, snacks from the corner store, cheap cider, and someone playing music from a Bluetooth speaker that kept cutting out. Some of the group were dressed up in Halloween stuff, but nothing serious. Just makeup, a few masks, a witch hat or two. Around 10:30, Leah realized she had left her wallet back at her place. It had her keys, ID, everything. Her apartment was just a 10-minute walk from the park, so it wasn't a big deal, but it was getting cold, and the streets were starting to empty out. She looked around at everyone, and a couple people offered to go with her, but in that lazy way where you could tell they didn't actually want to move. I don't know why I offered. Maybe it was just instinct, or maybe I didn't want her walking alone. But I stood up and told her I'd go with her. We left the group sitting on the wet benches under the yellow-orange glow of a flickering streetlight and started walking. The streets were quiet, with only a few cars passing by and the occasional group of teenagers further down, shouting or laughing as they moved from house to house or bar to bar. The air smelled like cold pavement, fallen leaves, and distant cigarette smoke. The kind of smell that sticks in your nose and reminds you of being outside too late. Leah and I walked side by side, not really talking much. We weren't drunk, just a little buzzed from the cider. We kept our heads down mostly, shoulders hunched against the cold. Her building was in sight when everything changed. We were maybe 30 or 40 meters from her front door when I noticed them. A group of people on the opposite sidewalk, walking slowly in the same direction we were. At first, I didn't think much of it. I figured it was another group heading to a party, or maybe some kids fooling around. But then I saw the masks. All of them were wearing white masks, like the ones from those anonymous videos. Expressionless, blank-eyed, plastic masks that made it impossible to tell anything about the people behind them. There were about 8 of them, maybe more. They weren't walking in a line, just loosely grouped together, like a herd. Some of them were carrying something. At first, I thought maybe it was props, maybe something for Halloween. But then I saw the shape of a baseball bat, clearly outlined against the streetlight. I slowed down. So did Leah. We didn't say anything, but I could feel the tension suddenly wrapping around us like a rope being pulled tight. They saw us. I know they did. One of them pointed. That's when they started to split up. Half of them crossed the street casually, like they weren't in any hurry, but with purpose. The other half moved behind us. They formed a kind of loose circle around us. Not touching us, not close enough to grab us yet, but cutting off any easy exit. One group ahead, one behind. The sidewalk felt too narrow. Leah's building was just ahead, maybe 20 meters now, but those 20 meters felt like the longest stretch of ground in the world. We looked at each other. Neither of us said anything. We just ran. I don't know if it was panic or adrenaline or both. We sprinted toward the front door of her building like our lives depended on it. Our shoes hit the pavement hard, and I remember hearing the thudding sound echoing off the buildings around us. I could hear them behind us too, running. Not shouting, not laughing, just the sound of their feet hitting the ground in rhythm with ours. Leah reached the door first and dug into her bag with shaking hands. I turned to look back. The group had closed in. I couldn't count how many anymore. My heartbeat was loud in my ears, like the only sound left in the world. My lungs were on fire. One of them stepped closer and slammed his bat against the metal pole next to the door. The sound rang out sharp and metallic, and I flinched hard. They surrounded us. I was standing slightly in front of Leah, half turned to her as she fumbled with the keys. The others were just behind me, masks glowing slightly in the yellow light, like floating faces. I didn't see their eyes, only the blank white stares. One of them stepped right up to me. He was tall, taller than me by a head, and broad. He wore a dark hoodie pulled up over his head, but that didn't hide his size. He didn't say anything at first. He just leaned in, slowly, and put one hand on the wall next to my head. Then he touched my chin. He tilted my face upward with 2 fingers, like he was inspecting me. His glove felt rough, cold, and too strong. He didn't grab hard, but I couldn't pull away either. My back was against the door. I couldn't move. My legs had gone weak. I wasn't breathing properly, just shallow gasps. Then he said, low and almost thoughtful, like he was admiring something, "I like your face." Those words burned into my memory. Not because of what he said, but how he said it, like I was an object. Like I wasn't a person. Behind me, I could hear Leah finally getting the key into the lock. I don't know how she managed it. Her hands must have been shaking as much as mine. But I heard the click, and before I could even react, the door swung open. I lost my balance and fell backward into the hallway, landing hard on my back and elbows. My legs got tangled, and I scrambled to sit up as Leah slammed the door shut behind us. The sound of it hitting the frame was like thunder. She threw the lock, and we both pressed our backs against the door. They started banging on it immediately. Fists, maybe the bats, I don't know. The sound was chaotic, violent, echoing through the stairwell. They shouted things, threats, curses, names we couldn't understand. It didn't matter. They didn't get in. Leah was shaking, and so was I. She had a bruise on her shoulder from slamming the door so hard. We slid down the wall and sat there on the cold tiles of the hallway, gasping for breath, trying to understand what just happened. Her building was silent except for our breathing and the muffled sounds outside. We didn't say anything for a while. We just sat there, stunned. Eventually, the noise outside stopped. We didn't go to the window to look. We stayed inside, locked the door to her apartment as soon as we got in, and didn't open it again until the sun was up. When we told the others what happened, they were shocked but tried to downplay it. Probably just some guys messing around, one of them said. But I knew it wasn't just a prank. You don't surround people like that, chase them, grab them, and say things like that just for fun. There was something darker in it, something real. We didn't call the police. At the time, it felt like there was no point. No one was hurt. No one had video. We just wanted to forget it, to let the night pass and pretend it didn't mean anything. But it stuck with me. That moment, being pinned against the door, unable to move, with a stranger's gloved fingers under my chin. That moment has never left me. I started avoiding late-night walks after that. I stopped going out on Halloween for a couple years. I didn't even like seeing those masks in stores or on posters. They made my skin crawl. It wasn't the mask itself, it was what it reminded me of. That night, I realized how quickly things can go wrong. How fast a quiet walk can turn into something terrifying. Time passed. We all moved on. Leah and I eventually lost touch, went to different schools, made different friends. But sometimes, when I'm walking alone at night and I hear footsteps behind me, I feel that old fear rising again. I remember the mask, the bat, the hand on my face. But I also remember that we made it. That somehow, even in the worst moment, we got out. We ran. We didn't freeze. We didn't give up. The door opened. We survived. That was the scariest thing that ever happened to me. Not because of blood or ghosts or monsters, but because it was real. Because it could happen to anyone. And because there's no way to ever fully forget the feeling of being surrounded with no way out. Until, by some miracle, there is. The first time I felt pure, raw terror wasn't from any monster lurking in the dark or a nightmare that crept up on me while I slept. It was real, physical fear, the kind that shakes you down to your bones, the kind that makes you question everything you thought you knew. It happened back in 2004, when I was 19, and I still think about it, even all these years later. I can still feel the cold bite of the ice beneath me, the weird, floating sensation when I couldn't remember who I was or what was going on. That was the scariest thing to ever happen to me. I was with a group of friends that day, a bunch of us in a beat-up minivan, driving across a frozen lake. It had snowed recently, but the ice was thick enough, and we were in that reckless, adrenaline-fueled mood that comes with being a bunch of 19-year-olds thinking they're invincible. We didn't have much to do that afternoon, so we ended up on the ice for fun. The lake wasn't far from town, but it felt like its own little world, completely separated from everything else. We were all just goofing around, trying to find ways to amuse ourselves in a place that had no rules, no restrictions. The minivan had the side doors open, and I was standing up through the open door, my hand gripping the frame. The cold air rushed past me, and the sound of the tires skimming over the ice was almost hypnotic. We were going around 40 to 50 kilometers an hour, and the wind was sharp against my face. It was thrilling, being out there, feeling so alive, but I also knew how dangerous it was. The ice was thick, but we weren't exactly being careful. We were just having fun, being stupid, really, and that's when it happened. One of my friends, a guy named Matt, decided he'd pull a prank. He was always the one pushing things a little too far. He started pretending to throw punches at me, aiming for my groin, a classic guy move. Of course, I wasn't going to just stand there and take it. I started moving my hips side to side, trying to dodge him. Then, I even kicked his arm away once, just for good measure. It was all in good fun, or so I thought. Then, without any warning, my body did something I didn't expect, something I didn't choose to do. In the blink of an eye, I threw myself out of the moving van. One moment, I was dodging Matt's fake punches, and the next, I was flying through the air. There was no conscious decision behind it, no thought process, just instinct. The minivan kept moving ahead, and I was no longer with it. I remember the sickening feeling of weightlessness, the way the world tilted sharply, and the next thing I knew, my head hit the ice with a sickening crack. I didn't even have time to brace myself. It was like my body just collapsed, the impact so sudden, so hard, I couldn't even comprehend what had happened. I don't know how long I was out. Maybe it was seconds, maybe minutes. Time didn't make sense. All I knew was that I was somewhere cold and hard, lying on something smooth. My head throbbed, but my body didn't feel anything else. I didn't move. I didn't hear anything at first. Then voices began to pierce through the fog in my head. They were distant, muffled, like they were coming from far away, like they were coming from somewhere inside my mind. The first thing I became aware of when I started coming to was the feeling of snow in my face. I didn't even know where I was, or who had thrown it. My eyes snapped open, but everything was blurry. I couldn't focus. I was still on the ice, but everything felt wrong. I couldn't piece together what had happened, couldn't figure out how I'd gotten there. A moment ago, I'd been with my friends in the van, laughing and joking, and now I was on the ice, feeling like I was waking up from a long, strange dream. The worst part, the part that's still vivid in my mind, was the confusion. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know who I was. These people, my friends, were all standing around me, but they felt like strangers. I recognized their faces, but their names, nothing. Nothing felt familiar. I didn't even know if I was real. I didn't know if anything around me was real. I started to panic. My breath came in shallow gasps, my chest tightening, but I couldn't make sense of anything. I was walking backwards, just stumbling, like I was trying to escape from them, but I didn't know why. I didn't even understand what was happening. There was snow on the ground, but the world felt distorted, like I was looking through a fog. My feet kept moving, but I didn't know where to go. My mind felt like it was floating, completely disconnected from everything that was happening around me. I couldn't trust myself. I didn't know if I was still dreaming, or if I had somehow slipped into another world. I kept trying to understand what was real. Through the haze, I heard voices, more clearly now, but they were coming from people I didn't know. These faces were concerned, like they wanted to help, but I couldn't place them. It was like being trapped in a nightmare where nothing made sense, and no one could tell you why you were there. It felt like I was being watched from every angle, but no one was really there to help. They couldn't even make sense of what was happening to me. I was crying without understanding why. It wasn't just tears, it was full-on, panicked sobbing, like my whole body was reacting before my brain had a chance to catch up. I felt hands on me, but they didn't seem real either. Someone slapped me. Hard. Another threw snow in my face. That was the moment things started to feel a little more tangible. I blinked rapidly, trying to clear the fog in my brain, but it didn't go away. The panic inside me twisted and twisted, making everything worse. Eventually, I calmed down a little. I think I must have been out for a while, or at least that's how it felt. Time was irrelevant. It was like a black hole had swallowed up everything I'd known, and when I started to wake up again, I was still inside that void, struggling to pull myself back out. When I finally understood enough to stop moving, I stood there frozen. I wasn't in the middle of nowhere, but I didn't know where I was either. It didn't make sense. My friends were still around me, but they might as well have been ghosts for all I knew. It was Matt who finally spoke, his voice breaking through my confusion, saying something about how I'd jumped out of the van. He seemed to think it was funny, or maybe he was just trying to lighten the mood, but it wasn't funny to me. I couldn't even remember how I'd ended up on the ground. But that didn't matter. I didn't care about the punchline of the prank. All I could think about was the fact that I had no idea who I was or what had happened to me. It took a while, but the memories started coming back slowly. Piece by piece, my brain began to reassemble itself. My name, my age, my family. It was like walking through a fog and reaching for something solid, but everything felt shaky and unsure. I could remember things from my past, but it wasn't the same. It was like everything I had known had been pulled out from under me and left me standing in the middle of nothing. I started to regain the basics, where I was, who I was with, but the terror never fully left. The others were quiet. They looked at me with that same mix of concern and confusion, unsure of what had just happened. Maybe they thought I was faking it, but I wasn't. I couldn't even explain what I was feeling. I wanted to tell them how scared I was, how confused I felt, but I didn't know how to say it. Eventually, I came to my senses enough to realize that I had to go home. My friends got me into the van, and we drove back. No one really spoke much after that. We all knew something had gone horribly wrong, but no one knew how to process it. I remember feeling sick the whole way home. I wasn't physically hurt, but it felt like something inside me had been broken and was slowly trying to piece itself back together. The next day, I went to the hospital. They ran tests, checked me over, and in the end, they told me everything looked fine. They sent me home with a simple diagnosis, a mild concussion. It wasn't much comfort, though. The fear didn't leave me. It lingered for days, weeks, maybe even months. I couldn't stop thinking about it, the feeling of not knowing who I was, of being completely disconnected from reality. It was terrifying, and even though everything physically was fine, my mind was never quite the same after that day. I learned a lot from that experience. I learned about how fragile the mind is, how easily everything can be wiped away in an instant. I never looked at the world the same way again. And to this day, I still feel a little on edge when I remember that feeling of losing myself completely. It was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. So yeah, 2 out of 10 would definitely not jump out of a moving van again. It was December, just a few days before Christmas, and I had finally made the decision to get my COVID booster. I wasn't really thinking clearly about it at the time, not understanding how stressed I had become. The holidays were approaching, and I knew that there were things I needed to get done, but I couldn't bring myself to take care of them. My therapist had been recommending that I try anxiety medication for a while. I guess when you live with anxiety for as long as I had, your sense of normal becomes skewed. You get used to the racing thoughts, the tight chest, the constant pressure, and you don't even realize how much it affects you until it gets too much to handle. It's only after a breaking point that you start to see things clearly. It had been a struggle just finding a clinic that offered the Pfizer booster. There was this nagging concern I had, even though I knew logically that there weren't allergens in the vaccines. I had some drug allergies, and I'd gotten both my previous shots without any issue, but I wanted to stick to what I knew. Pfizer was the one that had worked for me twice before, so that's what I was comfortable with. After scouring different clinics, I finally found a place in the most unexpected of locations, an old Lord & Taylor store in a nearby mall. They were doing shots there. It seemed a little strange, but it was what I had to work with, so I booked my appointment for 3 days before Christmas. When the day came, I really wasn't prepared for the chaos. I never go out much, so I didn't think about what it might be like in the mall. It was as though the entire world had decided to take their last-minute holiday shopping seriously, and I had to walk through it all. There were people everywhere, screaming children, loud music playing from the stores, the smell of cinnamon rolls wafting from the food court, the buzz of frantic energy surrounding me. I could feel my chest tighten as I made my way through the crowds, my breath coming a little more shallow with each step. I told myself to push through it, to get it over with. But the mall felt like a pressure cooker, and my anxiety just seemed to multiply in the overwhelming noise. Eventually, I made it to the clinic. It was quiet in there, and the staff were all friendly enough, but the waiting area was starting to fill up, and I could feel the nerves beginning to tighten even more. The woman at the front desk checked me in, and handed me a clipboard with the usual forms. I could barely concentrate on the questions as I filled out the paperwork, my hand trembling slightly. But I did it, because it was just another thing I had to get through. The moment I got the shot, I sat down in one of the chairs designated for the 15-minute wait. I was trying to calm myself, telling myself it was just another thing that had to be done. My breathing was shallow, and I kept telling myself it was just the normal nerves of getting a vaccine. But about 5 minutes into my wait, something strange happened. My head felt light, as if it was floating away from my body. My stomach churned with nausea, and a cold sweat broke out along my spine. I stood up to approach one of the staff members, the guy who monitored the waiting area, to let him know that I wasn't feeling well. But before I could even take a step, something changed. It wasn't just dizziness anymore. It felt like my heart was about to explode in my chest, and the tightness in my chest grew so intense that it felt like I couldn't get enough air. My heart was racing, my body trembling. I was losing control of myself, and for a second, I was sure that I was having a heart attack. My thoughts scattered, and all I could focus on was the crushing fear that was building inside me. The adrenaline coursed through my veins like a bolt of lightning, and I was sure I was going to pass out. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes, but I didn't know why. I didn't know what was happening to me. The staff rushed over, and suddenly I was surrounded by people. They started hooking me up to some kind of portable heart monitor, their faces concerned, but trying to remain calm. I could barely hear what they were saying, my ears ringing from the pounding in my chest. My thoughts spiraled into a panic. I kept thinking that I couldn't die here, in this quiet, sterile space in a mall. I couldn't die looking at the men's changing room. What would people think if I dropped dead from a heart attack after a COVID shot? Would I end up as some kind of anti-vax meme? I couldn't handle it. My heart was racing, my breath shallow, and I just wanted to scream. Every second felt like an eternity, and I kept thinking that something terrible was happening to me. I couldn't focus on anything except the overwhelming sensation of being trapped in my own body, unable to breathe, unable to escape the panic that was surging through me. The fear that something serious was wrong with me, that I might be dying, was paralyzing. They called for an ambulance, but before it arrived, I could tell that my heart rate had settled somewhat. Still, I wasn't convinced. I was convinced I was dying, but the staff kept reassuring me that it was just a panic attack. That's what they said. A panic attack? How could this be a panic attack? I had never experienced anything like this before. I had heard of people having panic attacks, but it was something that had always seemed so foreign to me. I had no idea that this kind of terror could take over your entire body. No idea that your mind could suddenly betray you like this. Eventually, my husband arrived to pick me up. He had to Uber to the clinic, and I remember feeling both embarrassed and relieved when he walked through the door. They made sure I was stable enough to leave, but I couldn't stop shaking. I couldn't believe what had just happened. I was exhausted, but I couldn't rest. My body felt like it was on high alert, as if something was always just on the edge of happening. The adrenaline never fully left my system, and the panic lingered in the back of my mind. The next day, I barely slept. I kept waking up in a cold sweat, heart pounding. My mind would race with all sorts of irrational fears, and I had to force myself to take deep breaths to calm myself down. But it didn't help much. The thoughts kept coming, and the anxiety wouldn't let up. I was constantly in a state of heightened tension, my muscles tight and my stomach in knots. It felt like I couldn't escape myself. Every little noise made me jump, and every passing thought seemed like a threat. I went to urgent care the next morning, hoping they would tell me that everything was fine. They did. The doctor assured me that my heart was perfectly healthy and that panic attacks were actually fairly common after getting a vaccine. What? A vaccine-induced panic attack? I couldn't believe it, but apparently it was true. They gave me a prescription for Xanax to help manage the acute attacks and sent me home. But the 2 weeks after that were brutal. It felt like I couldn't function at all. My days were consumed by anxiety. I would wake up in the morning feeling like I was on the edge of something, like I was about to crack. I couldn't focus, couldn't concentrate, couldn't relax. It was as if my body was constantly telling me that something terrible was about to happen, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. Finally, when I was able to get in to see my doctor, I felt a small sense of relief. Maybe there was something I could do about this. The doctor prescribed me daily anti-anxiety medication, which seemed to help ease the constant tension. I started taking the meds, and after a little while, I noticed the difference. The panic attacks stopped coming. The tightness in my chest faded. I could finally take a breath without feeling like I was about to suffocate. It didn't happen overnight, but slowly I started to feel more like myself again. The constant pressure in my chest lifted, and the racing thoughts slowed down. I could sleep through the night without waking up in a cold sweat. I still had to work at managing the anxiety, but the medication helped to give me some stability. I had learned the hard way that even though anxiety had been a constant companion for years, it didn't mean I had to face it alone or suffer in silence. It was okay to ask for help. Now, a few months later, I feel better. The panic attack that almost crippled me in that clinic feels like a distant memory, but it also served as a wake-up call. I needed to take better care of myself, to stop pushing through without recognizing the toll that stress and anxiety were taking on me. I'm still learning to navigate my mental health, but I've come a long way since that December. And I know now that it's okay to lean on others when you need to. It's okay to ask for help. I'm no longer scared of the things I can't control. Instead, I'm learning how to breathe through the hard moments and take care of myself along the way. The job I have at the senior living community is a string of random, horrifying incidents scattered across what is, on the whole, an incredibly boring existence. I work alone most of the time, which you kind of get used to when you're stuck behind a desk all day in an empty office. The other staff come and go, but I mostly keep to myself. But even on the most mundane days, there's always something just off enough to keep me on edge. It's not like I'm doing anything that requires specific medical training. I don't have to monitor medications or administer treatment. I can't even give CPR if someone collapses. My job is mostly to monitor the building, keep track of paperwork, and make sure the residents are okay. That's it. But there's always that weird, creeping feeling that something could go wrong at any moment, and you'll be the one stuck with it. Buddy was one of my favorite residents. I know I'm not supposed to have favorites, but I'm only human, and Buddy had a kind of charm that made him stand out. He was always polite, friendly, and funny, even if sometimes his jokes didn't make sense. He had his share of problems, though. He'd been a lifelong smoker and had very bad COPD. His breathing had gotten so bad over the years that I'd sometimes hear him wheeze and cough all the way down the hall. Add to that the fact that he had schizophrenia and had been struggling with it more lately since his medications weren't working like they used to, and you've got a person dealing with a lot. It seemed like every other day, someone would report something odd Buddy had said or done, and that would cause trouble among the other residents. Some of them would make snide remarks, others would ignore him, and a few even bullied him outright. I'd seen him break down on my desk more times than I could count, talking about how he had been bullied all his life. It was hard to watch. Buddy's schizophrenia made him act weird sometimes, and he'd become paranoid about others. When the other residents reacted badly, it just set him off more, and he'd retreat into his shell. I think his meds had stopped working properly because he didn't seem like himself anymore. He was anxious, agitated, and more withdrawn than usual. I tried to talk to him when I could, offering reassurance, but sometimes I just couldn't break through. He would cry quietly, his voice barely audible, as he sat at the table and told me how the world had never been kind to him. One afternoon, I was sitting at my desk, watching the clock slowly tick through the minutes of my shift, when I heard someone coming toward the office at a rapid pace. It was one of the residents in a power chair, zooming up to the desk. "Buddy's down in the parking lot," she called out, breathless. I grabbed the phone and dialed 911 quickly, but I didn't wait for them to answer before I grabbed my coat and rushed out the door. I ran down the hall, through the parking lot, and around the corner where Buddy was lying on the asphalt. Blood was slowly pooling around his head, and he was muttering to himself in a weird, incoherent way. He was counting back and forth, not in any kind of order, but bouncing between numbers, almost like he was trying to make sense of something that didn't make sense. His eyes were unfocused as I knelt down next to him. I could smell the iron tang of his blood and hear the faint rattling of his breath. I said his name several times, softly at first. "Buddy. Hey, Buddy. Can you hear me?" At first, nothing. Then, just when I thought he was too out of it to respond, his eyes shifted to me. "Gracka." His voice was shaky, faint. "Yeah, Buddy, it's me. Can you tell me what happened?" I didn't want to scare him, but I needed to know if he had hit his head, what had happened. Was he conscious enough to answer? "I can't get up. I was walking, just walking, cool, calm, and collected." "I'm allowed to walk," he muttered, his words almost slurred together. I nodded, keeping my voice steady. You're not in trouble. You fell. Looks like you hit your head. Can you tell me if anything else hurts? My back, he said weakly, his eyes fluttering like he might pass out. I called 911 again, this time making sure to tell them Buddy had fallen, was possibly concussed, and that he was a schizophrenic with other health problems. I wasn't sure what was real anymore, the fact that he was bleeding, his words that didn't make sense, or if his mind was just lost in its own confusion. It was hard to differentiate between the head injury and his normal behavior. I didn't want to make a judgment call that could hurt him further. I kept my calm, repeating the same soothing words over and over. It's okay, buddy. Help is on the way. But inside, my mind was racing. I was thinking about his COPD, worried that he wasn't getting enough air while lying on the pavement like that. I was thinking about his spine, that maybe he was more hurt than he realized. I told myself not to panic, but it was hard. It always is in those moments. He suddenly lifted a hand and pointed toward the street lamp at the edge of the parking lot. Do you see them? He asked, his voice suddenly frantic. The angels, they're right there, behind the light. Do you see them? The blood from his head wound was spreading out, staining the pavement beneath him. I was terrified that if I didn't get him help soon, it was going to be worse than I could handle. But the more I watched him, the more distressed he became, repeating the same words over and over, his gaze flicking between the light and me. Buddy, just focus on me, okay? Help is coming soon, I said, trying to keep him grounded. Just focus on my voice. It's okay. You're safe here. The sirens from the paramedics were a relief when I finally heard them in the distance. I waved them over, and as they pulled up, I rushed over to explain Buddy's condition. I told them about the head injury, his schizophrenia, and how he'd been off his meds for a while. I didn't know what else to say. They were quick to act, but still kind with Buddy. One of the paramedics knelt beside him, speaking gently to him as they checked him over, explained each step of what they were doing. I stood back, trying to keep calm. My hands were shaking, so I clasped them behind my back to hide it. I told the other residents to back off and stop staring. No one should be crowding around, especially with someone in Buddy's condition. When they cut his shirt and jeans off to examine his injuries, I saw the bag they were going to hand to me. I wasn't sure what it contained until they handed it to me. Buddy's shoes, his socks, his belt, his bus pass with its lanyard, his key cards, everything they had removed in the process. Can you take this back to his apartment? The paramedic asked. I nodded without hesitation. Yeah, I'll take it. Buddy's mother was waiting in her apartment, which was just a few doors down. I knocked softly on her door before I entered. Her face, pale and filled with concern, shifted to panic when she saw the bag I was holding. I had to explain everything in the calmest voice I could muster. I told her that Buddy had been taken to the local hospital, but I didn't know when he would be back. I didn't have many answers, but I tried to reassure her, telling her they'd do everything they could to help him. She cried loud, gasping sobs, clutching the bag of Buddy's clothes to her chest. I stayed with her, talking in quiet tones to try and calm her down. She kept asking how Buddy would get home, and I had no answers. I tried to explain that the paramedics would do everything in their power, that he'd be okay. But how could I really know? All I could do was try to be as comforting as I could, even if I wasn't sure I was being helpful at all. Eventually, she calmed down enough that I could leave, but the memory of her face, so full of helplessness, stayed with me. The next few days were hard. I returned to my desk, the excitement over, but the feeling of dread still lingered. I was filling out paperwork and watching the cameras again, but my thoughts were with Buddy. I kept expecting the phone to ring, to get an update on how he was doing, but nothing came for a while. By the time I got back to work the following weekend, I still hadn't heard anything. The crash of adrenaline had faded, and it was replaced by a kind of emotional exhaustion I hadn't expected. After finishing some mundane office tasks, I closed the blinds and just sat there for 5 minutes, breathing deeply, trying to calm down. My hands shook, my heart raced, and all I could do was sit there, trying to remind myself that I was just doing my job. Buddy eventually recovered. When he came back to the community, I could see the difference in him. His eyes were clearer, he was able to speak more normally, though I could still see that something wasn't quite right. He even faked a heart attack on me once, which didn't help my stress levels, but he was Buddy. We got along well after that, and I made sure he had the support he needed. Eventually, he had to be moved to a full-time care facility, where he lived out the rest of his days. His mother still calls me sometimes when I'm working, usually around the holidays. She wants to check in on me, make sure I'm doing okay. I don't always have the words for her, but I listen. Buddy was one of the most memorable residents I've had, and I'll never forget those 2 terrifying nights. It wasn't a ghost or some supernatural thing that haunted me. It was just a man, an older man who had been through too much in his life, and a job that placed me in the position where I had to witness his pain and try to help when I wasn't equipped to do so. That was the reality of it all. The fear wasn't some otherworldly presence, but just the raw truth of life and death, and the uncertainty in between. When I was in primary school, my best friend was this semi-tall Russian girl. I called her Macy. We were the same age, but she looked more like an older sister. She was one of those people who made everything feel different. Even though I had other friends, it was always mostly just me and her. I'd never had a close friend before, especially one who seemed so distant from everyone else. Macy wasn't the kind of person who just blended in. She didn't speak perfect English, and her blunt way of talking made her seem kind of intimidating, even if people didn't say it aloud. She wasn't mean, just different, and because of that, she didn't have many friends. But with me, she was never anything less than loyal. To me, she was family. I was an only child, and I could always count on Macy to make me feel less alone. Sometimes, though, that closeness was a little uncomfortable. Macy had a way of being rough that made me cry. She didn't realize her own strength, and when I'd beg her to stop, she wouldn't even blink. She'd just keep staring at me with that cold, expressionless look. Sometimes I'd be crying, just begging her to ease up, but she wouldn't comfort me. She'd just wait for me to stop, and when I did, she'd act like nothing had happened. But despite all that, I still loved her. I trusted her. I loved her with all my heart. She had this deadpan expression all the time. It didn't matter what was happening. Whether she was enjoying something or not, Macy was always the same. No smiles, no excitement, just an unreadable face. I couldn't understand it. Even when she'd talk about things she loved, like animals, her face never changed. She was passionate about them, but it was almost as if they weren't alive in her eyes. She would treat animals with the same detached care. It was like they were a fascination to her, but not something she was emotionally connected to. At least, that's how it always seemed to me. One evening, when I was about 11, I overheard a conversation between my mother and her friends. They were talking about cats that had gone missing in the neighborhood. There had been several of them, and even a dog. No one knew why. The police weren't going to do anything about missing pets. It wasn't a priority. My stomach dropped. I remember feeling sick. My cat, Ginge, was one of my closest friends, and the thought that something might have happened to him terrified me. I remember running downstairs in a panic, hoping to see Ginge sitting on the stairs or in the kitchen, waiting for me. But when I opened the door, I saw Macy sitting just outside on the street, with my cat Ginge on her lap. She was staring directly at me, her eyes fixed on mine before I even opened the door. I froze for a second, unsure of what to say. Macy didn't speak much, especially when she wasn't in a mood to talk, but I figured I'd ask her about the missing cats. "How long have you been sitting here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, trying not to let my panic show. She didn't blink the entire time. She just stared at me, her face stone cold. "I heard about the missing cats," I said, still looking at Ginge, who seemed perfectly fine. It made me feel better for a moment, but there was a knot in my stomach. "Ginge's been gone a few days now. Have you seen him?" Macy didn't blink. Not once. Instead, she spoke something in Russian, something I couldn't understand. I was confused, but before I could say anything, she stood up, dropping Ginge from her lap onto the ground. I wasn't sure what to think. Macy had never just walked away from me like that. The next day, Ginge didn't show up for breakfast. Or the day after that. And the day after that. I felt sick to my stomach. I couldn't stop thinking about him. Ginge was more than just a pet. He was the only real companion I had, and now he was gone. A few days later, as the end of my 6th year in primary school was drawing closer, I was walking out of school when I saw Macy. I caught up to her like I always did. We walked together, not saying much, just letting the quiet between us fill the space. As I walked beside her, I couldn't stop thinking about Ginge. I started venting to Macy about how much I missed him, how scared I was. I thought she might at least acknowledge it, say something comforting. Instead, she was silent. Then, something changed. Macy suddenly stopped walking, and without warning, she turned her head toward me. She was so close that I could feel her breath on my skin, and it made me feel uneasy. Her face didn't change, not even an inch, but there was something unsettling about her stillness. She told me to follow her. I had no idea where we were going, but I followed her without asking. She walked quickly, much faster than normal, and soon, we were walking past the familiar streets to an area I didn't recognize. She led me to a set of old wooden doors behind her house, a basement door. I felt my stomach turn. Something about it didn't feel right. "What's that smell?" I asked, wrinkling my nose. She just stared at me. Her expression was colder than ever, as if she wasn't hearing me at all. Her eyes were fixed ahead, as if she didn't even acknowledge my question. I asked her again, but this time she didn't answer. She beckoned for me to come closer. Without a word, she unlocked the basement door and pushed it open. As soon as it creaked open, a stench so foul hit me like a punch to the face. It was the smell of decay, of rot. It burned my nostrils, and for a second I couldn't breathe. My eyes watered as the overwhelming stench clouded my senses. It took me about 15 seconds to gather myself enough to open my eyes. And that's when I saw it. I wish I hadn't. I couldn't describe it in full, not in a way that would make sense. My mind couldn't comprehend what was in front of me. It was a scene of death, animals, pets, familiar ones. I recognized some of them from the neighborhood. They were lifeless, their bodies in varying stages of decay. Some had been decapitated, others were skeletal, their fur matted and rotting away. I couldn't move. I felt like I was going to collapse. My stomach churned, and I felt bile rise in my throat. I threw up, the contents of my stomach spilling out onto the cold concrete. Macy didn't flinch, didn't say a word. She kept her grip tight on my arm, pulling me further into the basement. I could barely move. I was numb. As I slowly started to regain control of myself, I realized something else. I couldn't feel my legs. I didn't know why I couldn't move, but all I knew was that I didn't want to be there. The need to run, to escape, overwhelmed me, but something kept me frozen in place. Macy's grip was still firm on my arm, unrelenting. Then I heard something, a faint meow, coming from the darkness. My heart stopped. I couldn't move. My body was locked in place by fear. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the darkness. It felt like I was drowning, suffocated by terror. Macy screamed something in Russian. She pushed me aside, sending me crashing into something metallic. My body hit the cold floor hard, but I couldn't think about that. Not with that sound echoing in my head. She was moving toward the sound of the meowing, and I could hear her getting closer, her boots pounding against the floor. I saw her grab the cat from the shadows. The poor thing was barely breathing. Macy held it up by the scruff of its neck, shaking it violently. I couldn't look away. I felt something inside me snap. A fierce, burning rage overcame me. I didn't care about the fear anymore. I surged forward, fighting through the haze of terror, grabbing the weak, dying cat from Macy's hands. It was Ginge. It was my cat. I didn't think. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before. The basement door was still open, and I bolted for it, not caring what I was leaving behind. I could hear Macy's footsteps behind me, but I didn't dare look back. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my breath was ragged, but all that mattered was getting out. I reached the door, slammed it open, and felt the cold air hit me like a wave. Ginge was in my arms, but he wasn't the same cat anymore. His fur was matted, his body limp, and he smelled of death. But he was alive. I didn't stop running. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I made it home eventually, my legs giving out as I collapsed at the door. I remember opening it, but everything after that is a blur. The rest of that day is completely blank in my memory. I never told anyone what happened, not in full. I told my mom that Ginge had gotten trapped, but I didn't say anything more. I couldn't bring myself to. I didn't want to see Macy again, and I didn't want anyone asking questions. Ginge survived, but he wasn't the same. He was never the same. He was jumpy, skittish, always looking over his shoulder, even after all those years. As for me, I don't trust easily anymore. And Macy, I don't know what happened to her after that. I hope I never see her again, but I can't forget. It was late. The kind of late where everything feels slower, quieter, heavier. I was home alone that night, which wasn't unusual, but something about that particular night made everything feel off. The clock on my phone said it was just past midnight. I had already been in bed for maybe an hour, scrolling aimlessly through videos, trying to make myself tired enough to sleep. My room was dark, but not pitch black. Some light always crept in from the street outside. My window faced a small apartment complex across the road, and beyond that was a parking lot. The buildings there always had a few lights on, and occasionally, I'd see car headlights sweep across my wall when someone came or went. I was used to it. It was normal. But that night, I saw something different. At first, it just looked like headlights, soft light hitting the corner of my room. I didn't think twice about it. But then it started to flicker. Not like a light dying or struggling, but in short, sharp bursts, like someone flashing a flashlight rapidly. It wasn't steady, and it wasn't consistent. Sometimes it would stop for a second or two, then flash rapidly again. It wasn't just the light itself that was weird, it was the way it moved. It wasn't like a car driving by. It was sweeping back and forth, fast, like someone waving it around. The light cut across the ceiling, then the wall, then dipped down lower. I felt something tighten in my chest. It just didn't feel right. I sat up slowly in bed and turned my head toward the window. My blinds were only partially shut. I'd pulled them down, but not all the way, and the slats weren't fully closed. I could still see through the gaps if I moved close enough. I hesitated for a moment before getting out of bed and walking to the window. My heart was already beating a little faster. I leaned forward, trying to stay low and out of sight, and peered through the slats. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing just on the edge of the parking lot. Not under a streetlight, but close enough that I could make out his silhouette. He was holding a flashlight, and he was pointing it directly at my window. It wasn't a quick glance or a casual sweep. He was aiming it deliberately, as if he was trying to get my attention, or maybe to see inside. The flashlight would jerk suddenly to the left, then snap back, then move upward. His movements were erratic, but he never turned away from my window. I dropped to the floor immediately. My stomach sank. I crawled backward, trying not to make any noise, even though I knew he probably couldn't hear me from that distance. My hands were shaking. I sat there for a few seconds on the floor next to my bed, trying to process what I'd just seen. I kept telling myself it could be nothing. Maybe he was looking for something. Maybe he was just messing around. But then I thought, why my window? Out of all the units on the street, why was he aiming a flashlight at mine? I stayed down, crouched next to my bed, until my knees started to hurt. I didn't want to look again. I didn't want him to see movement if he was still watching. After what felt like 10 minutes, I forced myself to peek again. I slid over to the window, slowly raised my head just enough to look, and looked back through the blinds. He was gone. There was nothing there. Just the dark parking lot, a few dim lights from windows across the road, and a breeze that made some tree branches sway. I scanned the area as best I could, but I didn't see anyone. No cars pulling out. No footsteps. No flashlight. It was like he'd never been there at all. But I knew what I saw. I started to panic. My mind went through every bad possibility at once. What if he came back? What if he tried to get in? What if he wasn't alone? I didn't know what to do first. I considered calling someone, but it felt stupid. What would I say? There was a guy with a flashlight looking at my window. I hadn't seen him doing anything illegal, technically. Still, I needed to feel safe. I rushed downstairs and checked every door, every window. The front door was locked. The back door was locked. I checked the garage door twice. Then I turned on several lights downstairs. The hallway, the kitchen, the living room. I wanted it to look like someone was up, like the house wasn't empty. I even opened and closed a few drawers loudly, just in case someone was lurking outside listening. I didn't care how paranoid I looked. After making sure everything was locked, I went back upstairs. I didn't bother turning off the lights. I just went straight to my room, turned on the bedside lamp, and sat on the edge of my bed for a while. My eyes kept drifting back to the window. The light didn't come back, and I didn't see any more movement. Still, every time I saw a car turn into the apartment lot, I flinched. Every headlight that splashed against my wall made me freeze. I was trying to listen for any sound outside, footsteps, voices, anything. But the night was dead quiet. I didn't fall asleep for a long time. I lay in bed under the covers, wide awake, staring at the wall. Every creak of the house made my heart race. I kept trying to reason with myself, to explain it away. Maybe he was looking for his dog or a lost set of keys. Maybe he wasn't even aiming the flashlight at me on purpose. But no matter how hard I tried, something inside me kept saying no. That wasn't normal. Eventually, exhaustion caught up to me, and I drifted off. When I woke up, it was already late morning. Sunlight was pouring in through the window. I got up and looked outside again. Everything looked so normal. People walking to their cars. A few kids playing on the sidewalk. Nothing out of place. But I couldn't shake the feeling. For the next few days, I kept the blinds shut tight every night. I started locking the doors earlier. Sometimes I even put a chair in front of the door. Not that it would really stop anyone, but it gave me a bit of peace of mind. I didn't tell anyone right away. It just felt strange to bring up. What was I supposed to say? That a man with a flashlight spooked me? But the truth is, it did more than spook me. It changed how I felt about being alone at night. Before that night, I didn't think much about how exposed my window was. Now, I think about it all the time. Every time I see headlights, every time light hits my wall the wrong way, my body tenses up. I check the window more often. I keep the blinds closed tighter. I don't lie in bed with the room dark anymore. I leave a lamp on. It helps. I never saw the man again. No flashlight, no weird behavior, nothing. Maybe it was just a one-off moment, a weird coincidence, someone who meant no harm. But I don't think so. Something about the way he stood there, silent, aiming that light directly at me. It felt targeted. It felt intentional. Sometimes, when I'm walking by the window at night, I stop and glance out. I try not to, but I do. I look at the lot, the building across the way, the spaces between the cars. I scan for movement, for someone standing just a little too still, holding something in their hand. I haven't seen anyone, but the memory of that night doesn't go away. And I think the worst part is, I'll never know what he wanted. Was he just being creepy? Was he scoping out the house? Did he think no one was home? Did he pick my window at random? Or was he watching me for longer than I knew? Those questions keep coming back, especially on quiet nights. I keep the doors locked, the blinds shut, and the lights on. That's all I can do now. Stay alert, stay cautious, and hope it never happens again. But that fear, that sudden, gut-deep fear of being watched in your own room, once you've felt it, it doesn't really go away. It just sits there, quiet, in the back of your mind, always waiting for the next flicker of light. I was 9 years old when I got shingles. It's funny to think about how something so simple and small could have completely ruined my life. It wasn't something that happened overnight, of course, but when I look back, I realize that this was the beginning of something that changed me forever. At first, I didn't even understand what shingles was. It started as a small rash on my chest, something that didn't seem too serious. It didn't hurt at first, just a couple of red spots that I barely noticed. But then it started to spread, first to my back, then around my ribs. The pain was unbearable. It wasn't like any pain I had felt before. It felt like a burning, stabbing, electric shock running through my skin. Sometimes it would feel like someone was just poking me with a hot needle over and over. I remember crying a lot. I felt weak, but I didn't know what to do. My mom took me to the doctor, and they told us it was shingles. I didn't know what that meant. They said it was a virus, something that could come back later in life if I got stressed or my immune system weakened. They didn't tell me how much this could affect me later, how much it would linger long after the rash went away. The rash faded, but the pain didn't. It didn't just disappear. I could still feel it beneath my skin, like the burning wouldn't stop. The worst part was that no one really understood what I was going through. No one really tried to help me with the mental toll. I was in constant pain, and I couldn't even enjoy the simple things anymore. I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to play with friends. I was always tired, always so exhausted that I didn't even know why. I would lay in bed, too tired to even watch TV, too tired to do anything. And when I did get out of bed, I'd be stiff and sore, like my body had turned into some kind of rusted machine that wouldn't work the way it should. The worst part of it was that I never knew when it would come back. After that first time, I became terrified of the possibility. I spent hours in front of the mirror every day, checking my body, looking for rashes. I'd check my skin, my stomach, my back, my arms. Every little bump would send my heart racing. Every new red spot on my skin would cause a panic attack. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could think was, it's coming back. It's coming back. I remember the first time I had a panic attack because of it. I was in the shower when I saw a little red mark on my chest. Just one, but it was enough to make my heart stop. My head started spinning. My chest tightened. I could barely breathe. My thoughts got blurry, and all I could think was that this was it. The shingles were back. My body wasn't working. I couldn't trust it anymore. The panic attacks kept happening, more and more, and for reasons that didn't even make sense. I'd feel something on my skin and think it was the shingles coming back. Or I'd be in the middle of a class, and my body would just feel wrong, like something was off. I'd be dizzy, I'd feel like I was going to collapse, and I couldn't make it stop. I don't remember when it started, but at some point, I started thinking that maybe there was no point in trying anymore. The illness, the constant pain, the panic attacks, the fear, it had worn me down. I started to think that this was just my life now. I couldn't see the end of it. I couldn't see anything beyond the endless days of checking my skin and wondering if today would be the day the shingles came back. I stopped talking to my friends about it. What was the point? No one understood. They didn't know what it was like to have your body turn against you, to be constantly tired, constantly sore, constantly afraid. I was alone in it. Even when people told me I should talk to someone, I didn't. Who would understand? No one had the answer. No one had a solution. And so the days went by. The years passed, and I was still stuck. I was still living with this weight, this thing that nobody else could see. It's funny how something so invisible can take over your life like that. I would go through the motions every day. Wake up, check my body, go to school, check my body again. Sometimes I'd sit in class, and I'd feel this crushing exhaustion, like I couldn't get through another second of it. By the time I was 14, I was already living in a world that felt empty. I couldn't trust my body. I couldn't trust my own mind. Everything was foggy. Everything felt so heavy. I tried to pretend like I was okay. I went to school. I smiled when people talked to me. But inside, I was falling apart. I felt like I was disappearing. I kept thinking that it would get better, that it had to get better. But it didn't. Every day felt the same. The panic attacks, the fear, the loneliness. It wasn't getting better. It was just getting worse. I remember one night, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling. My whole body ached. I felt like my muscles were being pulled apart. I was so tired, but I couldn't sleep. I just kept thinking that I didn't know how much longer I could keep going. What was the point? It was the same thing every day, and nothing was changing. But then something happened. I'm not sure when it was exactly, but I started to realize something. It wasn't all about waiting for it to go away. It wasn't about hoping that one day I'd wake up and everything would be fine. I started thinking about how I was living my life, how every day I was surviving, even if it didn't feel like it. For so long, I had been trying to outrun the pain. I was running from it, thinking that if I ignored it enough, it would disappear. But it didn't. It never would. I had to find a way to deal with it. I had to find a way to live with it. So I started small. I stopped focusing so much on the fear. I still checked my body every day, but I didn't let it control me. I started to tell myself that if the shingles came back, I would deal with it. I would survive it, just like I had survived it before. I still have days when I'm overwhelmed. I still have days when I feel like I can't keep going. But now, I'm learning how to live in the moment. I'm learning that I don't need to be afraid of my body. I don't need to be afraid of what it might do. It's not easy. Some days it's really, really hard. But I've learned something important. Even though the shingles changed my life, it doesn't define me. I'm not just the illness. I'm not just the pain. I'm still here. I'm still fighting. And that means something. I still don't know what my future looks like. I don't know what's ahead for me. But I'm trying to trust myself again. I'm trying to trust my body, even when it feels like it's failing me. And for the first time in a long time, I'm starting to believe that maybe there's still hope. Maybe, just maybe, I can keep going. I live in a country that people often describe as calm, even safe compared to a lot of others. And most of the time, that's true. We don't have a reputation for violence or chaos. Life here moves at a slower pace, more predictable than most. But when COVID hit, all of that shifted. It was like the entire country got turned upside down. The economy tanked. People lost their jobs. Shops closed down. Prices of basic things, rice, bread, even toilet paper, started climbing. Every week felt heavier than the last. And when people don't know where their next meal is coming from, even a peaceful place can become dangerous. I had never seen it like that before. I come from a neighborhood that isn't rich by any means, but we'd always gotten by. Suddenly, everyone looked over their shoulder more. Fewer people went out. And when they did, they moved quicker, eyes forward, no dawdling. You could feel the tension under everything. The kind of silence that didn't feel calm, just waiting. It was a Sunday, late afternoon, somewhere around 4:30 or 5 p.m. That time of day when the heat starts to fade just a little and the shadows stretch long across the road. My friend and I decided to take a walk, something we'd done plenty of times before. We'd taken this route so many times that we knew exactly which sections of the sidewalk were cracked, where the streetlights flickered at night, and where the overgrown hedges always leaned out a little too far. There wasn't anything unusual about the walk. There weren't many cars on the road, but that was pretty normal for a Sunday afternoon. People were at home, maybe cooking dinner or napping, trying to escape the weight of the week. The streets always felt emptier than they should have been, but I had gotten used to it. The stillness didn't scare me. In fact, it almost made me feel safer. Fewer people, fewer problems. That was the logic I had started to live by. We weren't even talking about anything serious. I remember we were laughing about something dumb, a joke that wouldn't even make sense now if I tried to explain it. The kind of laugh that isn't loud or wild, just easy and familiar, shared between two people who know each other well. Then, out of nowhere, these two guys approached us. I saw them from a bit of a distance at first, and nothing about them stood out right away. People pass by all the time. Sometimes they ask for money. Sometimes they're just walking like anyone else. You don't expect something bad to happen just because two people are walking your way. But they weren't walking like most people. They had that sort of directness that makes your skin tighten before your brain even catches up. I didn't have time to process it. They got close fast. One of them stepped up, and before I could even say anything, he pulled a gun out of his waistband. It didn't even look real at first. It just sat there in his hand, and my brain went blank. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just froze. He told us to give him everything. Everything in our pockets. No yelling, no theatrics. Just said it like it was routine for him. My friend, who had already gone pale, reached into her pocket and handed over her phone. Her hands were shaking. I looked down and realized that, for some reason I still can't explain, I had brought both of my phones that day. The old one and the new one. It was so dumb. Who carries two phones unless they have to? But I did. Maybe it was a gut feeling, or maybe I was just distracted when I left the house. I handed over the old one without a word. The robber looked at it, then at the second phone in my hand. My new phone. The one I had barely even set up fully yet. My dad had just bought it for me a few weeks ago, after months of saving. I still had the screen protector on it. He pointed the gun at me and told me to give it to him. I looked at the phone, then at the barrel of the gun, and I don't know what came over me, but I said no. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't try to be brave. I just said no. And in that moment, I wasn't even thinking about the gun. I was thinking about my dad. How hard he worked. How angry he'd be if I lost that phone after everything he went through to buy it. It wasn't logical. It wasn't smart. It was just a raw reaction. Fear, guilt, maybe pride. I don't even know. The guy stared at me. Then he raised the gun higher, aiming right at my forehead. The metal looked too clean, too still. He said he'd shoot me if I didn't hand it over. I don't know how to explain what I felt. My knees were locked. My throat dried out. I couldn't breathe properly. I wanted to run, but my body was stuck. Everything inside me screamed to hand the phone over, but I couldn't move. I was more afraid of disappointing my father than dying in that moment. That sounds crazy now. I've unpacked that in therapy more than once, but I still didn't give it to him. We were standing there, all of us frozen in that tight little bubble of fear and tension, and then I saw something change in his eyes. He looked past me down the road. I followed his gaze. A couple cars were coming around the corner. Not a crowd, just 2, maybe 3 cars. But it was enough. The guy cursed under his breath, shoved the phone back toward me, and turned around. The two of them ran for a motorcycle parked a little further down the road and jumped on it. They were gone in seconds, weaving through the street like they'd done it 100 times. I stood there, still holding the phone. My friend started crying right away. Full-on panic attack. She dropped to the sidewalk, shaking and hyperventilating. I wanted to help her, but I still couldn't move. My mind was racing, but my body hadn't caught up. A car slowed down near us. A man rolled down the window and called out, asking if we were okay. I don't even remember what I said. Something like, "We just got robbed," or "They had a gun." It wasn't coherent. He pulled over and got out. He was older, maybe in his 40s or 50s. He didn't look dangerous. He looked like someone's uncle. He asked if we wanted a ride home. I hesitated. That little voice in the back of my head screamed, "What if this is another setup?" But my friend couldn't walk. She was still curled up on the pavement, sobbing. Her house was just a few blocks away, less than a 2-minute drive. I figured if this guy was going to hurt us, he wouldn't have pulled over in front of traffic like that. So we got in the car. It was silent in the car. My friend tried to speak, but couldn't. I kept my eyes on the dashboard the whole ride. The guy didn't ask questions. He didn't make small talk. Just drove us straight to her gate, dropped us off, and told us to be careful. Then he left. We went inside. Her mom was out, which might have been a blessing because I don't think either of us could have explained what just happened right away. My friend collapsed on the couch. I stood there for a while, just staring at my phone. It still had fingerprints on it. I kept replaying the moment when the gun was aimed at my head, over and over. The disbelief, the fear, the way I froze, the way I said no. Then I broke. I started crying, not just quiet tears. I cried the kind of cry that takes your whole body with it. My legs gave out, and I sat on the floor, shaking and sobbing. I kept thinking, that could have been it. That could have been how I died. I thought of my parents, of the things I never got to do, of how dumb and stubborn I was to hold on to a piece of plastic and metal like it was worth my life. But it wasn't about the phone. It was about everything that built up before that moment. Fear, pressure, survival. I didn't even know what was real anymore. That night I barely slept. Every sound outside made me jump. I kept seeing the gun in my head, hearing the guy's voice. My body was sore from how tense I had been. My stomach was in knots. I didn't eat the next day, or the day after that. I stayed quiet, curled up in bed, replaying every second of that encounter. I told my parents eventually. They were angry and scared and confused. My dad didn't yell. He just looked tired. That hurt worse than anything. I think he understood, in his own way. Time passed. We went back to school. Shops opened again. People started walking outside a little more. The economy didn't get better right away, but people adapted like they always do. But I didn't. To this day, if someone approaches me on the street, especially if they're moving quickly, I freeze. Or run. I don't think about it. My body just reacts. If someone calls out to me to stop, even if it's just to ask for directions, I can't handle it. I feel that same rush of fear hit me in the chest. My ears ring. My hands go cold. I've run away from people who probably just wanted help or weren't even talking to me. It's been a few years, and I've been in therapy for a while now. I've talked through the guilt, the fear, the shame. I've learned how trauma doesn't always look the way we expect it to. Sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it shows up in how you flinch when someone raises their voice, or how you avoid certain streets, or how you hold your breath every time someone walks behind you. I survived that day. That's the truth. I made it out, but it didn't end there. Survival isn't just about living. It's about carrying what happened with you and finding a way to live in spite of it. I don't walk the same routes anymore. I don't take my safety for granted, and I definitely don't carry 2 phones. But I'm still here, and every day I choose to keep going, even when it's hard, even when I'm afraid. I'm still here. It was late when I went to bed, but I couldn't fall asleep. I kept tossing and turning, restless, as I sometimes do when my mind lingers on something for too long. It wasn't anything particular. It was just that old, familiar feeling that would sometimes sweep over me. The feeling of being back in school. You know, the kind of dream. The one where you're wandering the halls or sitting in a classroom, unsure of what you're supposed to be doing, trying to catch up on things that don't make sense. I could feel it coming, like I was walking back into a forgotten reality I had no control over. I found myself in the chemistry lab, surrounded by the familiar smell of the place, the sterile air mixed with that sharp, metallic scent. The Bunsen burners were on, their flames flickering in the low light of the room. I could feel the heat radiating from them, even though I wasn't close. My heart was beating a little faster than usual, but it wasn't anything alarming. It was just the setting, the quiet hum of the lab, and the nervousness of being in a place I hadn't been in years. I could smell the faint burning scent, almost like something was on fire, but I thought it was just part of the dream. Then I woke up. The smell was still there, that same burning scent, sharp and unpleasant. It lingered in my nose like something had been singed, a stale memory that wouldn't let go. My eyes shot open, and I immediately felt disoriented. I lay there in the dark, blinking, trying to make sense of what was happening. The dream, the smell, the lingering warmth of the Bunsen burners. It all felt too real. I jumped out of bed, my feet hitting the cold floor with a thud. My heart was racing now, not from the dream, but from something else, something I couldn't explain. The smell was so strong now, almost choking me. It didn't make sense. My uncle couldn't be cooking anything this early in the morning, right? It was past midnight. I ran out of my room, my feet moving faster than I could think, toward the stairs. I could hear my uncle moving downstairs too, likely drawn by the same confusion. We met in the kitchen, both of us pausing as if we were trying to catch the same thought. "Do you smell that?" I asked him. "Yeah, what is that?" he replied, his voice filled with the same concern I felt. He looked toward the windows and seemed to think for a moment before turning back to me. "I thought I heard crackling from my room," he said, shaking his head. "Is it hailing or something?" I stared at him for a moment, trying to make sense of it. Hail? In the middle of the night? It didn't make any sense. Then in the silence, it hit me. The smell, the crackling. I didn't need to think twice. I bolted for the front door, my uncle right behind me. The night air was crisp, but it wasn't cold. It was suffocating, thick with tension, and I could hear the faint crackling noise again, louder now, like something was burning. I turned to the house, and then I saw it. Flames. The house was on fire. Panic surged through me as I felt my heart skip a beat. The flames were rising from the roof, licking the dark sky like they wanted to swallow it whole. My mind raced. It didn't look that bad, right? Just the roof. Maybe it wasn't as serious as it seemed. But deep down I knew. "Get the hose." I shouted to my uncle, my voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. He rushed toward the garage, grabbing the hose, while I turned and ran back into the house. My mind was spinning, but there was one thing I knew for sure. I needed to call 911. I needed to tell them that our house was burning. I dashed up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest, my feet barely touching the steps as I ran. My bedroom was at the top of the stairs, and I knew my phone was there. I could already hear the faint sound of the fire getting louder, more intense. It felt like the house was alive with it, as if the flames were closing in, threatening to consume everything. As I burst into my room, I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking as I fumbled to dial the emergency number. But before I could hit send, my cat, Bailey, darted past me, her fur a blur as she ran toward the door. I didn't even have time to call after her. I heard her paws racing up the stairs to my bedroom as I ran back down, my heart in my throat. The fire was spreading, and there was no time to waste. "Bailey!" I called out, but there was no answer. I dashed outside, but my uncle was already spraying the fire with the hose, his efforts barely making a dent against the growing blaze. I could see the smoke swirling up into the night sky, thick and black. The flames seemed to reach for the stars, as if they were trying to devour the whole world. But even then, as bad as it was, there was no sign of the fire department. I knew that the volunteer firefighters in our area were always spread thin, dealing with multiple calls at once. It could take them a while to get here. I kept thinking about Bailey. She'd been there, somewhere in the house, somewhere in the danger. My mind raced, and every passing second felt like an eternity. Finally, after what felt like forever, my other uncle arrived. He used to be on the fire department, and even though he wasn't on duty anymore, he had come to help. His face was grim as he took in the scene. "Where's Bailey?" I asked him over and over again, my voice growing more desperate with each word. "Where is she?" But he didn't have an answer. Not yet. The firefighters were still nowhere to be seen, and we were left to battle the fire on our own, doing the best we could with what we had. The crackling of the flames mixed with the sound of my own panic, rising in my chest. My uncle kept trying to fight back the fire, but it seemed to be everywhere, creeping into every corner of the house. It felt like hours before the fire department finally arrived, their trucks screeching to a halt as they rushed to the scene. But by then, it was too late. We managed to put out the flames, or so we thought. It seemed like the worst of it was over. But as the smoke began to clear, we realized something horrifying. The fire had spread into the roof, right into the attic. My room, which was partly in the roof, was directly in the path of the flames. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I just stood there, staring at the place where my bedroom used to be, the place where Bailey had run. I asked again, over and over, about Bailey. Did they find her? But no one had an answer. My uncle walked over to me, his face etched with sadness. "She didn't make it," he said quietly. I froze. My chest tightened, and the world seemed to collapse in on me. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "No, you're lying. You're joking." But he wasn't, and he wasn't joking. I felt the tears welling up, and I couldn't hold them back. My body trembled as the reality hit me like a punch to the gut. Bailey was gone. I don't even know how long I stood there, crying, unable to breathe, unable to understand what had happened. I could hear the crackling of the fire in my mind, the sound of the flames as they consumed everything, including my cat, my best friend. The firefighters did their best to salvage what they could from the wreckage, but my room, my whole part of the house, had been hit the hardest. Smoke, water, and fire had ruined almost everything. A few hours later, after the fire had been extinguished and the house had cooled down, we were allowed back inside. But it was hard to go in. Everything felt different now. The walls were charred, the air thick with the smell of smoke. I kept walking through the house, trying to find something, anything, that hadn't been ruined. Something to hold on to, something to remind me that it wasn't all gone. I found a few things, but it didn't matter. I still couldn't stop thinking about Bailey. I kept wondering if she was waiting for me to save her. If she'd been in my room, hiding, hoping I would come back for her. But I wasn't there in time. The fire had taken everything from us. Not just the house, but her. Bailey had been there, somewhere, in the middle of it all. And I wasn't there to save her. I didn't know how to go on, how to accept that she was gone. My heart ached with every step I took. It still does. The pain doesn't go away, not really. But the fire did. The house was rebuilt, and we moved on, as best as we could. But I never forgot. And I don't think I ever will. It was one of those early mornings where the sky was still dark, and the kind of quiet hung in the air that only happens in the moments before dawn. I was asleep, deep in that dreamless sleep where you're just floating. No worries, no sounds, just warmth. That was until I felt my mother's hand on my shoulder. At first, I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't want to wake up, didn't want to open my eyes. I hated waking up early, hated how everything felt off when the world around you wasn't quite awake yet. But then, I heard her voice, shaking, frantic, calling my name. "Wake up! Wake up!" She wasn't just talking. She was practically screaming. That caught my attention. My eyes shot open, confused, and I saw her face, pale, panicked, her eyes wide with fear. I could barely make sense of it. She was shaking me harder now, her words blurring together, not even clear. I just stared at her, barely awake, trying to make sense of the chaos in her voice. I could hear the fire alarm, a piercing screech that sent a jolt through my body, and then the smell hit me. Smoke. Thick, heavy smoke. I froze. My chest felt tight, like the air itself was being sucked away. I don't remember exactly what I did next, but I think I got up, or at least tried to. My mind was still foggy, like my body hadn't caught up with the panic in the room. My mom's voice cut through that fog. "Get your sister up. Now. Help me, please." She was frantic now, her hands shaking as she shoved coats under the door. I could see the smoke creeping under it, thick and dark, and it made everything feel even more real, like this was no nightmare. It was happening, and we were in the middle of it. I ran to my sister's room, my head still spinning, trying to make sense of what was going on. I don't think I even understood the full danger yet. I just remember opening the door to her room, hearing her soft breathing, and trying to wake her up, calling her name in a daze. I don't know if I was even loud enough for her to hear, but I did what I could to get her out of bed, to get her moving. I remember my mom's voice again, shouting into the phone, her hands working quickly, her eyes darting between the smoke under the door and us. The operator on the other end of the phone was asking questions. My mom was trying to answer, but her voice was shaky, almost frantic. I couldn't make sense of all the words. I was too scared, too confused. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, the panic growing. And then I heard her scream it, the words that would stay with me forever. "Shit, my son." Her voice was like a knife through the fog of my brain. I didn't know what she meant, but it didn't matter. In that moment, everything clicked into place. I was supposed to do something. I had to do something. She thrust the phone into my hand and told me to lock the door, to make sure it stayed shut, to block the smoke. I did as she said, the weight of her voice making me feel like I had no choice. I closed the door, pushed something in front of it, anything to keep the smoke from coming in. But the phone was in my hands now, and I could barely hear the operator over the blaring alarm. I remember feeling so small, so helpless. I was just a kid, and everything was falling apart around me. The smoke started to seep in, swirling, thickening the air. I could barely see the floor in front of me. My sister was beside me, her face pale and wide-eyed, just as scared as I was. I tried to keep her calm, tried to tell her it would be okay, though I wasn't sure if I believed it myself. Through the smoke, I could see my mom again. She was moving fast, grabbing things frantic. My brother, he wasn't in the house, or at least I thought he wasn't. But then, I remember hearing my mom shout something I didn't fully understand, something about him being there, about how she had forgotten. My brother had stayed with grandparents, but this time, for some reason, he was there. The buses had caused some delay, and he had ended up back at home, probably not even realizing the danger. The door opened suddenly, and smoke poured in. I can still picture the way it looked, thick, black, swirling, making it hard to breathe. I couldn't see clearly. My brother was there now, standing by the door, his face just as panicked as my mom's. I don't remember if anyone said anything. I don't remember what happened after that. My mind was in a fog. Then I heard my brother's voice. He was in his early teens, and in that moment, I could hear the panic in his voice as well. He was talking fast, asking if we were okay, but then something strange happened. In the midst of the smoke and confusion, he ran towards the window. I don't know why. Maybe he thought we needed to get out, but I remember him trying to jump out of the second-floor window. He was so scared, too, so desperate. But he didn't make it. I don't know if he was trying to escape, or if it was just instinct. I don't know if he was thinking straight. I just remember being frozen, watching him, unsure of what was happening. The next moments were a blur. I heard sirens in the distance. The firemen arrived, their voices muffled, distorted by the smoke. They carried us through the window, one by one, lifting us out of the house, through the thick smoke. I remember feeling weightless, like the world had been turned upside down. The garden was the first thing I saw when I was outside, and I can't tell you how much of a relief it was to breathe fresh air again. But then, we all huddled against the wall in the neighbor's yard, waiting for the firemen to do their job. And that's when I saw her. My mom. She was still in the house. She had passed out, slumped halfway out of the window, her phone falling. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. I remember thinking she was gone. She was dead, and I was too scared to move, too scared to do anything. My brother kept telling me not to move, to stay where we were. We were stuck, watching, waiting. My sister was crying. I don't think I cried. I couldn't. I just couldn't. It felt like forever. The firemen couldn't get her out immediately. It was like they couldn't reach her, and I just kept staring at that window, my heart pounding in my chest. I kept thinking we were too late, that we weren't going to make it, that she wasn't going to make it. But then, I don't know when it happened, but she moved. She was alive. She had come to at some point. She wasn't dead. She wasn't gone. The next thing I remember was being inside the neighbor's house. We were safe, but it didn't feel like it. We sat there, the three of us, me, my sister, and my brother, huddled together. The firemen came and went, and then the police. I don't remember much of the investigation. I don't even know when the ambulance showed up. I don't think I cared at the time. My mom and brother had to go to the hospital because of the smoke inhalation. We stayed in the neighbor's house for what felt like days, just waiting. I remember the heaviness in my chest, the panic that never fully went away. My sister and I went to my grandparents' house. I don't remember much about that. It felt like everything happened too fast, like the world was spinning. I found out later about the investigation. They thought my brother had something to do with it. I didn't understand at the time. How could they think that? But they brought in someone, some detective from the city, to figure it out. I don't know what happened with that, but I remember feeling so confused. They suspected that someone from outside had done it, though. Someone had put gasoline through our letterbox and lit a match. They never caught the person. But the worst part of it all, it wasn't the fire itself. It wasn't the smoke or the panic or the fear of losing my mom. It was what came after. The things that stayed with me. The nightmares, the lingering smells of smoke, the constant reminder that we almost didn't make it out. We never went back to that house. It was burned, ruined. A lot of things were lost, pictures, keepsakes. I still think about it sometimes, even now. I can't even talk about it without feeling the weight of it all. My mom was okay in the end. She was strong. We all were. But that night, that fire, it changed something in all of us. I don't know what it was, but it's always there. And even now, when I smell smoke, I can't help but remember that night. It was just another normal day at school, one that started with the usual groggy feeling as I stumbled out of bed and dragged myself to class. It was junior year, and everything was moving faster than I ever anticipated. Most mornings felt like a blur, trying to keep up with assignments, deadlines, and just the pressure of high school life. We had 4 lunch periods in our school because there were so many students, and I was in the first one, period A. That meant I had to eat at 10:30 a.m., which, looking back, was kind of miserable, considering we'd had breakfast so early, but I made do. That morning, I had a small stash of chocolate-covered peanuts in my locker, which I always saved for the days when I could barely keep my eyes open between classes. Something in me told me I should snack on them before lunch, so I dug them out and started munching on them in the hallway between classes. The sweet, chocolatey crunch kept me going, a little moment of comfort in the middle of the madness. I remember thinking it was going to be just another ordinary day, the kind of day where you don't expect anything out of the ordinary. By the time lunch came, I grabbed my lunchbox and headed to the cafeteria. Our school was divided into sections with American-themed hallways, and I usually sat in front of the trophy cases right next to the counselor's office in the Yorktown Hall. The hallway was quiet that day, not many students milling about, and I found a spot on the floor near the wall. I remember thinking that I had a good spot, away from the crowds but close enough to the exit if anything went wrong. Looking back, I didn't know what kind of wrong would eventually show up that day. It wasn't long before we were called into the gymnasium, but no one really told us why. The teachers were ushering us in, and there was a noticeable lack of information. It felt rushed. There wasn't the usual chaotic lunchtime chatter. There was just an eerie quiet as everyone tried to figure out what was happening. I grabbed my lunchbox and headed into the gym, figuring that they were just making sure we stayed safe. Maybe there was a drill or something, though I couldn't figure out why they'd move us to the gym for something like that. The gym had this sterile feeling about it, the kind of place where everything feels off when you're stuck there for too long. I took a seat on one of the bleachers, trying to shake off the weird vibe. The gym was packed with students, some sitting, others standing, all of us staring at the teachers who were walking around looking way more serious than normal. The atmosphere was tense, almost suffocating, and the teachers were doing their best to keep everyone in line, but there was no real explanation. They told us to turn off our phones, and everyone complied, though I was feeling this weird pull in the pit of my stomach. I had no idea what was coming. It wasn't until hours later that we found out what had really happened. There had been a call made from a man who claimed he was going to shoot up the school, and he said he had planted bombs in the bathrooms. The man was supposed to be in the bathroom near Yorktown Hall, less than 3 meters from where I was sitting just hours before. The gravity of the situation didn't really hit me until later, though. At that point, we were all stuck in the gym, eyes glued to the door, waiting for some sort of resolution. Time seemed to stretch on forever. We weren't allowed to leave the gym, and it was only around 1 p.m. that they started funneling other students inside. At first, it didn't seem that strange, but looking back, I realized how dangerous it was. They were basically opening the doors to let anyone in, just packing the gym with even more people. And no one really thought about it, but anyone could have slipped through the crowd and done something. By the time they finally let us out of the gym, it was about 4:30 p.m. We had been in there since 10:30 a.m., 6 hours of waiting, sitting in silence, all of us starting to feel the weight of it. I was hungry, so hungry, but more than that, I was just scared. I remember trying to eat the sandwich I had brought for lunch, but someone had stepped on it while we were all packed together in the gym. I could see the boot print right in the middle of the bread. It was almost symbolic in a way, like it was a small reminder of how everything had been trampled that day. I didn't think too much about it at the time, though. I just wanted to get out. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, they started calling students one by one to leave the gym. Teachers were still monitoring us, making sure no one broke the rules, and we could finally go get our bags. As I walked out of the gym, there were news crews and police everywhere, just standing there, watching us all like we were part of some kind of bizarre spectacle. My mom had left work early to come pick me up, and when I spotted her car parked out on the street, I felt this rush of relief. But at the same time, I felt this deep, gnawing anxiety. I remember nearly knocking my mom over when I ran up to hug her. It wasn't just relief. It was the kind of hug you give someone when you've just narrowly escaped something, even if you didn't know what it was at the time. There was a look on her face as I described everything to her that stayed with me for weeks afterward. I could see the fear in her eyes, the understanding that something very bad could have happened, and the realization that it could have been me or anyone. When we finally left the school grounds, I could see that the parking lot was completely packed with parents, some trying to find their kids, others just waiting for the chance to get out. News crews had cameras trained on the exit, as if they were just waiting for something big to happen. The whole scene felt surreal, like something out of a movie, and yet it was real. We went to Baskin-Robbins afterward, because I was starving. The cold ice cream helped calm me down, but it didn't erase the fear from my mind. There was still this strange sense of being on edge, like my mind was constantly replaying the events of the day, trying to make sense of them. I could still see the way the teachers looked at us, the way the principal spoke so calmly, but with a hint of worry. I could still remember the tension in the air. And I could never forget that man, the one who called in the threat. They later found out that he was from Kansas, thousands of miles away. He had made the call and sent the whole school into a frenzy. I don't know why he did it, but it was the kind of thing that changed everything. After that day, the school changed its protocol for dealing with threats. They tightened security, and things were different in the halls. But what really stayed with me, what I couldn't shake, was the thought that it could happen again. It could happen anywhere, at any time, and there would be nothing we could do to stop it. That day had opened my eyes to a world I never wanted to know. One where danger could lurk in the most unexpected places, where something as simple as lunch could become a fight for survival. I don't think I'll ever look at a normal school day the same way again, and I don't think I'll ever forget the look on my mom's face when I described the chaos to her. It's a reminder, every day, that we're living in a world where nothing is certain, where safety can be ripped away in an instant, and we're all just one phone call away from everything changing forever. That day will always stick with me, because sometimes the scariest part of all is not knowing when the next danger will come, or how it will show up. Sometimes, the fear isn't in the threat itself, but in how close it was to being real. I don't share this story much. It sits in the back of my mind like an old scar. I've only told a few people because it always felt like something too strange, too delicate. I don't want anyone to think I'm making it up. But I remember everything clearly, every detail like it was burned into me. I was 11 years old. It was summer. The kind of hot where the wind from open windows didn't cool anything down, just moved the heat around. My sister and I were on the way back home after visiting our dad in another state. I remember how it felt, half exciting, half sad. We didn't see him much, but I liked the time we had. That drive back, though, that changed everything. Our mom came to pick us up, and she brought her boyfriend with her. I never liked him. He was loud and always seemed mad about something. But we didn't have a say in things like that back then. We just followed where the adults told us to go. Our mom had problems. She wasn't evil, just broken in ways I didn't understand yet. At 11, I just knew something always felt off when she was around. That day, she'd been drinking. It wasn't hidden or secret. There were bottles right there in the car. She'd pass one back to him, take it back, keep driving like it was just another Tuesday. That was normal in our world. Normal and terrifying. My sister and I lay in the back seat. This was the early 90s. Seatbelts weren't something people cared much about, especially not in the back. We were stretched out on the cracked vinyl seats, trying to get comfortable. The radio was playing softly. I remember that so clearly. Amarillo by Morning by George Strait. That old country twang humming through the car like a lullaby. The sun was lowering in the sky, making everything golden, dust catching the light through the windows. I was dozing off. That weird half-sleep state where you feel like you're floating. I remember the rhythm of the tires on the road and the warm air blowing across my face. My mind drifted. Then, suddenly, I felt something. It wasn't like a noise or a dream. It was like a voice, but not with ears. It filled me from inside out. I heard it clearly in my head, my name. And then, "You're going to be in a car accident. Don't worry, you'll be okay." I didn't have time to sit with that. The words had barely settled when everything changed. Tires screeched. Gravel sprayed. Our mom shouted something, "Just hang on, girls." And then the world flipped. The car rolled forward. Not sideways. End over end like a toy. I was weightless. Then I was crushed. Then weightless again. Metal screamed. Glass shattered. My mom was thrown back into the seat with us. Her body hit mine like a sandbag. Then we slammed again. Then again. I couldn't tell up from down. The radio stopped. Everything stopped. When the car finally landed, it was sideways. The silence afterward was louder than the crash. I heard my own breathing, fast and sharp. My heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then the back door, somehow, flew open. My mom tumbled out of the car like a rag doll. Her body hit the ground with a thud that made me sick. I didn't move right away. I just stared. Everything felt unreal. My sister whimpered beside me. I snapped out of it. My arm burned bad. I looked down and saw that it wasn't straight. It bent where it shouldn't. My left arm was in the shape of an L, and I knew that wasn't right. I didn't feel pain yet, just heat and pressure. I pulled myself out, using my right hand and legs. I found my sister and helped her crawl out too. She was scraped up and crying, but she could move. People came running. I didn't know where from. Maybe a house nearby. They had panic on their faces. They were yelling things I didn't understand, moving fast, checking us, checking my mom. She was breathing but not talking. She faded in and out, mumbling, moaning. Someone called 911. Sirens didn't come fast. It felt like forever. The air smelled like dust, hot rubber, and spilled booze. I remember flies buzzing around and the sound of a dog barking in the distance. The boyfriend wasn't near the car. That didn't make sense until I saw him, or what was left of him. He'd been thrown out. The car had landed on him. I didn't go close. I saw enough from where I was. He wasn't moving. Someone laid a sheet or a towel over him. The adults were quiet about him, whispering. They didn't want us to see, but I'd already seen. Paramedics came. Cops too. They loaded us up. The pain started when they moved my arm. That was the moment I cried. Not from fear. From pain. Blinding, white-hot pain. They gave me something for it. I don't remember the ride to the hospital clearly. Just that it was bright, too loud, too cold. My sister was beside me the whole time, silent and wide-eyed. My mom had a fractured neck. She had to wear a brace and stay in the hospital. I got a cast from shoulder to wrist, thick and heavy. The break was clean but bad. Doctors said I was lucky. So many worse things could have happened. I could have died. My sister could have died. But we didn't. The police interviewed me the next day. I was alone in a white room, sitting in a stiff chair. One of the officers was kind, quiet. He asked about the bottles, if I saw her drinking, if I knew when she started. I told the truth. Yes, she was drinking the whole time. I even remembered the brand. It was clear and smelled like nail polish remover. He nodded and wrote things down, but that was the end of it. She was never charged, not even for driving drunk. Maybe because her boyfriend had died. Maybe because we were kids and no one wanted to make it worse. She cried in the hospital. Not for him, not for us, for herself. She kept saying she could have gone to jail, that she was lucky. I didn't say anything. I was too tired, too broken. I didn't want to hear her excuses. I went home with my aunt after that. We stayed with her for weeks. My arm healed. The cast came off eventually, leaving a pale, skinny limb behind. My sister had nightmares for a long time. She'd cry at night, asking if we were going to crash again. She refused to ride in the back seat. I didn't blame her. I've never forgotten the voice I heard before the crash. It didn't feel like a hallucination. It didn't feel like a dream. It was real. I know it was. I didn't imagine it. I don't care what anyone says. It was calm and warm and full of something I can't explain. Peace, like nothing I've felt before or since. It told me I'd be okay, and I was. Not without scars. But I lived. We lived. Sometimes I wonder why I heard it. Why me? Why that moment? I don't have answers. I don't pretend to. I'm not someone who talks a lot about religion, but I believe in what I felt. I believe in who I heard. That moment wasn't fear. It was protection. I felt it like warm oil running over me, coating me in something that nothing could touch, not even death. To this day, when I hear Amarillo by Morning, I get goosebumps. The sound of it takes me right back to that seat, that golden light, that voice in the silence. I remember everything. The weightlessness, the slam, the silence, the peace. I've had hard years since then. Life hasn't always been kind. But whenever things feel like too much, when I start to think that I'm alone or forgotten, I remember that voice. I remember that someone knew what was coming and made sure I would survive it. That crash could have been the end. But it wasn't. It was the moment I realized that even in chaos, even in the middle of violence and noise and pain, something greater can reach in and pull you through. I don't tell this story often, but it's always with me. Not as a wound anymore, but as a reminder. I was seen. I was known. I was warned. And I was saved. Not by luck, not by chance, but by something that knew me better than anyone ever could. And that's why I believe. When I was 17, I woke up to a world that no longer made sense. My room was flooded with light, but none of it formed into shapes. There was no color, no detail, not even a shadow or blur I could make sense of, just white and grayish smears where my walls should have been, and nothing else. At first, I thought it was just sleep crusting my eyes shut. I rubbed them, blinked, sat up. I leaned over and tried to read the red numbers on my alarm clock, but all I could see was a pale glow where I knew the display should be. I couldn't read a single digit. I stood up, tripped over my own shoes, and fell into the desk chair. That was when it clicked. Something was really wrong. It had only been 6 months since I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. I was still figuring out how to live with it, counting carbs, giving myself insulin shots, checking my blood sugar a dozen times a day. The diagnosis had been brutal, but I was managing, or at least I thought I was. My numbers had been terrible when I was first diagnosed. My average blood sugar was around 500, and I'd spent a few days in the hospital because I'd lost so much weight so quickly. But once I started treatment, things started to level out. My blood sugar dropped to near normal levels in a matter of weeks, and I felt like I was getting my life back. I was eating right, taking insulin, doing what the doctors told me. But nobody warned me what that sudden drop in blood sugar could do to my body. That morning, I tried to walk to the bathroom and nearly fell again. I had to hold the walls and move slowly, like I was walking through a cave with no flashlight. I remember calling out for help, my voice shaky, unsure. I don't even remember if I said anything coherent. I just remember my mom's footsteps rushing toward me, the panic in her voice, the way she grabbed my arm and asked what was wrong. I told her I couldn't see. I told her everything was just light and shadows. I could hear her breath catch, and for a second, everything just stopped. We went to the eye doctor that afternoon. It took everything in me just to get to the car and into the office. The light outside hurt my eyes badly, but I couldn't really see it. It was just a wall of brightness that made me nauseous and dizzy. I remember sitting in the waiting room, my head down, my hands clenched into fists. When they called my name, I walked like someone 100 years older than I was, my mother's arm around mine, guiding me. The ophthalmologist was a pediatric specialist, someone who usually saw much younger kids, but I guess at 17 I still counted. I remember how quiet the room got when he started looking at my eyes. I could feel his hands on my face, could hear the soft clicking of his tools. He asked me to look at the light. I tried, but there was nothing to focus on, just brightness. He went quiet for a long time. Then he said, "This is severe, very severe." I didn't know what that meant at the time. I just sat there. He brought in a few residents, then more residents, a full group of them. I felt like I was a frog pinned to a board in a science class. Everybody peering into my eyes, murmuring to each other. The doctor explained, in calm words I couldn't fully follow, that I had cataracts. Not just any cataracts. These were dense, thick, and totally clouding both lenses. I wasn't blind from something with the retina or optic nerve, at least as far as they could tell. But the cataracts were so bad they couldn't see behind them to know for sure. It was like my eyes had completely fogged over. Surgery might help, they said, but they couldn't guarantee anything. They didn't know what my retinas looked like, or if they'd been damaged by the blood sugar changes. I nodded, or maybe I didn't. I honestly don't remember doing anything except sitting in that chair, cold all over, hands numb, while they kept talking. I felt like I was falling into something I couldn't climb out of. I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't ready to be blind. The next 2 weeks were the worst of my life. At 17, you're supposed to be learning how to drive, preparing for college, figuring out who you are. I was trying to figure out how to make it from my bed to the kitchen without knocking something over. I couldn't read. I couldn't use my phone. I couldn't see people's faces. My parents helped me walk. They led me to the bathroom, brought me my meals, helped me with everything. My independence was gone overnight. And it wasn't just the logistics. It was the mental weight, the isolation. Even with people around me, I felt alone in a way I'd never felt before. The world wasn't made for people who can't see. I tried to listen to music, tried to sleep a lot of the time just to make the days pass. I could still hear the world, still feel it in pieces, but none of it felt real. I'd sit outside sometimes, just to feel the sun on my face, and imagine what the sky looked like. I'd picture the trees, the grass, my dog lying on the porch. But even in my imagination, things felt dimmer, like they were slipping away. One night we went to a Star Wars movie. My friends wanted to cheer me up. I agreed, because I didn't want to sit alone in my room again. But once we were there, sitting in the theater, I realized how pointless it was. I couldn't see a single thing on the screen. All I could do was sit there in the dark, listening to explosions and dialogue I couldn't follow without the visuals. It was like being trapped behind a wall of glass. Everyone else was on the other side, living their lives, and I was just stuck. I didn't cry then. I don't think I had the energy to. Surgery was scheduled. The doctors would do one eye first, and if it went well, they'd do the second a few weeks later. That night before the first surgery, I lay in bed and prayed. Not loudly, not with words I remember. I just begged quietly inside my head, please let this work. Please let me have a life again. Please don't let this be how it ends. Because it felt like an ending. Like everything I'd planned or wanted had already passed me by. Surgery day came. I was scared out of my mind. I'd never had surgery before. I didn't even know what the room looked like. I couldn't see anything as they wheeled me in. I remember cold air, the pinch of an 4, voices asking me to count backwards. Then nothing. When I woke up, my right eye was patched. My left eye was still clouded, still white and blurry. I couldn't tell where I was. My mouth was dry. I reached up to touch the bandage over my eye, but someone stopped me. They told me to rest. I don't even know if I nodded or said anything. Everything was still so numb. The next morning, the patch came off. I was in a bright room, too bright. I blinked. Everything burned for a second. Then, there was color. Not much. Just a corner of the room. The edge of a table. A hand reaching toward me. It was blurry and strange, but I could see it. I could see. I started crying before I even understood what I was seeing. The tears came hard, and I couldn't stop them. I didn't care how I looked or who was watching. I could see. It wasn't perfect. My vision was still blurry, and I had to wear thick glasses for a while to help, but it didn't matter. I could see people's faces again. I could read text. I could walk without help. The world had been given back to me. It was like waking up from a nightmare I thought I'd never escape. 2 weeks later, they did the second eye. That one healed even better. After that, things slowly returned to normal. But normal didn't mean what it used to. I was different. The fear hadn't left. I'd seen what it meant to lose everything. I'd touched that edge, and it stayed with me. I paid more attention to my health. I took my diabetes seriously. I still do. I test my blood sugar religiously. I never skip insulin. I make time to rest, to eat right, because I know what can happen if I don't. I lived it. It's been over 2 decades since all that happened. I still remember those 2 weeks like they were yesterday. I still remember sitting in that theater, listening to Star Wars with no pictures, wondering if I'd ever see again. I remember the sound of the ophthalmologist's voice when he said it was severe. I remember the texture of the walls I held onto just to walk down the hallway. I remember all of it. Now every day I wake up and open my eyes, and I can see the sunlight through my bedroom window. I can see the trees outside, the sky, my reflection in the mirror. I can read. I can drive. I can live. And I don't take any of it for granted. The world is a beautiful place. Even on hard days, even when life gets rough. Just being able to see it, to really see it, is a gift. One I almost lost. One I'll never stop being grateful for. I remember the days when walking to school wasn't just a simple routine. It became a quiet battle between me and whatever was lurking in the shadows of my small town. I was only 11, dressed in my school uniform, head held high, but on the inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There are 2 moments that still make my heart race, even as I look back on them years later. The first time it happened, I was walking through a park that was a shortcut to my school. The sun was already dipping low in the sky, but it wasn't dark yet. There was a chill in the air, a crisp autumn breeze that made the trees sway. I had my earphones in, lost in whatever music I was listening to, and I was walking along the path by the woods. The path itself wasn't much, just a narrow strip of concrete surrounded by overgrown grass and scattered trees. It was quiet, too quiet, if you ask me now. But at the time, it was just another day, just another walk to school. I remember thinking about nothing in particular, just the usual thoughts of being late or whether I'd forgotten my lunch. I didn't realize I wasn't alone at first. There was a woman behind me, pushing a pram. I didn't notice her right away. She was behind me, and the sound of my music drowned out everything else. But there was something about her that struck me as off as she followed a few steps behind. It wasn't until I saw another woman walking in the opposite direction that I noticed anything out of the ordinary. She waved at me, her hand raised in a small, polite gesture, and I took my earphones out, feeling a sudden unease. She stopped as I pulled them out, her eyes locked on mine, as if she was waiting for me to hear something. "That woman is trying to talk to you," she said, her voice soft but urgent. Her tone made my stomach tighten. I didn't understand what she meant at first, and I turned around, looking back at the woman with the pram. She was still walking, but now, she seemed to be looking at me in a way that made my skin crawl. Without thinking, I walked towards her, curiosity pushing me forward. When I got closer, she looked at me with a soft, almost concerned expression. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice shaky. "What did that man in the bushes say to you?" I felt my blood run cold at her words. What man? I hadn't heard anyone. I stared at her, confused, shaking my head. "I don't know what you mean," I said, my voice cracking, but I wasn't sure why. My heart was racing now, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The woman smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Okay, be safe," she said, and then, without another word, she turned and walked off, pushing the pram with her, leaving me standing there, alone and unsure of what had just happened. The feeling didn't leave me. I stood there, staring after her, my thoughts a jumbled mess. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just been wrong, but I couldn't place it. I looked around the park again, half expecting to see someone hiding in the bushes, but there was nothing. Just the trees, swaying gently in the wind, and the faint sound of birds chirping in the distance. I never saw that woman again, and I never figured out who she was talking about, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone in that park. Not anymore. The second incident came a few weeks later, and this time, it was even worse. I had been walking home from school with my best friend, and we were taking the shortcut through an alley behind the local shops. It was a route we'd taken dozens of times before, but that day, something was different. Maybe it was the way the light slanted, or how quiet the alley seemed, but the usual comfort of the path was gone. We walked through the narrow alley, past the tall brick walls that seemed to close in around us. The path was damp from a light rain earlier, and the smell of wet stone lingered in the air. As we came out of the alley, we reached a small road that led to a hill. My friend and I often split up at this point. I'd usually walk ahead while she lagged behind, talking or catching up on things. This time, I decided to walk up the hill by myself, leaving her behind. It wasn't unusual. We were both used to walking alone, especially on the way home. I had only gotten a few steps up the hill when I noticed something strange. There was a man walking down the road, holding the leash of a dog. He wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary, just walking, head down, with the dog at his side. But for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me. I tried to brush it off, figuring I was just being paranoid, but when I glanced back over my shoulder, my friend wasn't there anymore. I turned around, suddenly feeling uneasy, and saw her standing in the alley, motioning for me to come back. She looked pale, her face tight with fear. I walked back to her, confused. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice quieter than I intended. Her eyes were wide, and she was trembling. "That man, he's taking pictures of us," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I froze, my stomach dropping. I turned back to the road, looking at the man again. He was still walking, but now I could see that he was pointing his phone at us. His eyes were blank, unfocused, but there was no mistaking it. He was taking pictures of us. I couldn't tell if he was just being creepy or if he had something else in mind, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. The way he stood there, staring at us without any emotion, made my heart race. I quickly turned back to my friend, grabbing her arm. We didn't say anything more. We didn't need to. We both knew what we had to do. We walked back into the alley and decided to take the longer route home. We didn't speak for the rest of the walk, both of us too shaken to form words. The whole situation felt off, like we were just characters in a story, vulnerable and powerless. We avoided that road from then on. I never saw that man again, but I couldn't forget the way he looked at us, the way his phone camera had aimed directly at us like we were just another object for his amusement. And I certainly couldn't forget the chill that had crawled up my spine when I saw the blank stare in his eyes. These two events have stayed with me all these years. I've tried to convince myself that maybe it was just a coincidence, maybe I was just imagining things. But deep down, I know the truth. There are people out there, people you'll never truly understand, lurking in the shadows. They won't say anything, and they won't do anything immediately, but they're watching, always watching. I was around 11 or 12 years old when this happened. It's one of those things I can still remember so clearly, even now, years later. I didn't grow up in a bad neighborhood, not by any means. It was a quiet place, with wide streets and trees lining the roads. Nothing that screamed danger or anything out of the ordinary. But at that time, with everything going on in my life, I couldn't shake the constant feeling that something was off. I was home alone that day. My parents had gone out, probably to run errands or something. It wasn't uncommon. I had grown used to being alone. I spent most of my time either reading, watching TV, or just sitting on the couch, minding my business. But that day, the silence of the house felt a little heavier than usual. My thoughts were all over the place, bouncing from one thing to the next, and it didn't help that my anxiety was at its peak. At that age, I couldn't even walk into a store without getting all tense. The thought of interacting with people, even just a simple hello or excuse me, made me uncomfortable. But that day, I was trying to ignore it, trying to do what any normal kid would do, just relax and watch something on TV. I wasn't expecting anyone to come by. So when I heard the knock at the door, it took me completely off guard. The sound echoed through the house, breaking the quiet like a crack in glass. At first, I didn't think much of it. I figured it was probably some kind of delivery or someone just stopping by. Maybe a neighbor needing to borrow something. I wasn't expecting the delivery, but I figured the person would knock, leave the package, and go away. But that didn't happen. Another knock came, a little more forceful this time. I froze on the couch, staring at the door. My heart started to beat faster, not because I thought it was something dangerous, but because of how my mind had a way of turning small things into big problems. My anxiety always took over, making something simple feel like a huge deal. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably just the mailman or something. Maybe he had to drop off a package. But then the knocking came again. And again. It wasn't just a polite knock or a light tap. It was firm, almost aggressive. I had already noticed that it was no casual visitor. It was persistent. I didn't get up right away. I just sat there on the couch, staring at the door, waiting for the knocking to stop. The thing was, it didn't. It kept going, getting louder and more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. I could hear it vibrating through the door. I couldn't make sense of it. Who was this person, and why wouldn't they just leave? I kept looking toward the window beside the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever it was. But all I could see was the reflection of the house across the street. No figure. No one standing there. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that maybe it was just some guy doing his job, but my gut was telling me something was wrong. I got up then, slowly. My feet were heavy, almost like they didn't want to move. I went to the front window and peeked out, trying to see who it was. I saw nothing. The street was empty, and there was no one in sight. But the knocking, it was still there, banging against the door like it was going to break it down. My hands started to sweat. I walked away from the window, and 1,000 thoughts rushed into my head. What if it wasn't the mailman? What if it was someone who knew I was home alone? What if it was someone with bad intentions? My mind spun out of control. I was scared of something that might be happening, but couldn't even explain. I tried to reason with myself, thinking it was all in my head, that I was being paranoid. But I couldn't stop myself from imagining the worst-case scenario. I ran into the basement. I wasn't sure what I was doing down there, but I knew I needed something, anything, that might make me feel safe. I didn't think clearly at that moment. The fear had taken over. My dad's workshop was in the basement, a cluttered room full of tools and old stuff he didn't use anymore. My eyes scanned the shelves until I saw it, the hammer. I grabbed it, my fingers trembling as I picked it up. It wasn't much, but it was something I could hold on to. It felt like a strange kind of security, even though I knew in my gut that a hammer wouldn't stop someone if they were really here to hurt me. But I was 11, and the world seemed so big and dangerous at that age. I hid in the basement, sitting against the cold concrete wall. The hammer was in my lap, and I held it so tightly my knuckles were white. The knocking never stopped. It kept going for what felt like forever. My heart was racing, and I couldn't stop myself from imagining all the worst possibilities. The door would break down, and someone would come in. They would find me in the basement, hiding in the dark. I kept my eyes on the stairs, waiting for something to happen, waiting for the door to burst open. But nothing came. I don't know how much time passed. It felt like hours, but I'm sure it was only maybe 20 minutes. Still, the knocking was constant, like it was never going to end. I couldn't think straight anymore. The only thing I knew for sure was that it wasn't normal for someone to keep knocking like that. And then, just like that, the knocking stopped. It went silent. No more bangs against the door. No more footsteps. I sat there in the basement, breathing hard, clutching the hammer, wondering what had just happened. Had the person gone away? Or were they still out there, waiting for me to make a move? My mind raced, and I didn't dare move for a long time. It felt like an eternity, sitting there in the cold, wondering if it was over or if something worse was coming. Eventually, I heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. I didn't know who it was at first. I stayed where I was, still too scared to move. But then I heard my parents' voices. They were home. They were talking, and I could hear the sound of their footsteps coming toward the front door. I didn't want to leave the basement. I didn't want to go back upstairs, but I knew they were here. When they opened the door, the delivery guy stepped inside. He had the package. My mom signed for it, and they exchanged a few words, but I didn't hear much of it. I was still sitting in the basement, still holding the hammer in my hands, trying to calm my racing heart. I came up slowly, still feeling like something wasn't right. My parents didn't seem to notice anything off, and I couldn't explain it to them. They probably thought I was just being overdramatic, but I didn't care. Sometimes, I wonder if the delivery man had seen me through the window while I was sitting on the couch. Maybe he thought I would answer the door but didn't. Or maybe it wasn't anything at all. Maybe it was just a man doing his job, and I had let my mind run wild. But the knock was too much. It felt too aggressive, too insistent, like he was waiting for something to happen. I don't know for sure, but that memory still makes me uneasy. Every time I think back on it, I can't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the knocking. It was the way it wouldn't stop. The way it dragged on, making me question everything. It didn't feel normal. It didn't feel safe. And that feeling stuck with me for a long time. Even now, whenever I hear knocking at the door, my mind flashes back to that moment. The hammer in my hands. The relentless knocking. The feeling that something was wrong, but not being able to figure out what it was. Sometimes, I still wonder if I was overreacting or if something truly was off. Maybe I'll never know for sure. But I do know this. Knocking that long is never normal. It was one of those days that felt like it was meant to go smoothly. The kind of day where you expect everything to fall into place and nothing should go wrong. My little sister, who was barely a year old, and I, along with my mom, were at the mall. I was 11 at the time. It wasn't like we had any specific plans for the day. Just a quick trip to pick up a few things, grab some lunch, and head home. At first, everything seemed perfectly normal. The mall was crowded with people, the usual sounds of kids playing near the fountains, women chatting, and men glancing at their watches. I didn't think much of it when my mom suggested that we split up for a bit. She went one way, and I was left with my sister to do a little shopping of our own. I don't remember why we split up. Maybe Mom had a specific store in mind she wanted to visit, or maybe she just needed some space. But it wasn't unusual for her to wander off and leave me to keep an eye on things. I was the oldest child, so I knew how to manage. And I knew my sister well enough to be able to keep her close and out of trouble. But that day, things were different. It didn't take long before I noticed him. This man who was too obvious to ignore. At first, it wasn't like I could put my finger on it. But there was something unsettling about the way he moved, the way he lingered, always just a few steps behind us, but not too close to make it obvious. I glanced around, my eyes scanning the crowd, trying to see if anyone else noticed. There was nothing about him that screamed danger, but there was a sense of unease that crawled up my spine. His presence felt wrong. I remember the way he would stand still, leaning against walls or posts, facing us, but pretending like he wasn't. Every now and then, his eyes would shift rapidly, darting from one place to the next, constantly scanning. It wasn't normal, the way his eyes moved. It was frantic, like he couldn't focus on anything for more than a few seconds. Every time I'd look back, he'd be there, only a few feet away, standing just a little too close. It felt like my heart was starting to race. I tried to ignore the guy at first, telling myself maybe I was just overreacting, but the feeling wouldn't go away. It was as if my body instinctively knew something was wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was getting closer. But then, when I'd turn to look, he'd be standing still, pretending to be just another shopper, minding his own business. My little sister was either walking or being pushed in a stroller. I can't remember exactly, but I do remember she wasn't in my arms. I made sure she stayed close to me, walking slowly through the mall, glancing around, keeping track of where we were going, trying to be as normal as possible. But he wasn't normal. There was no way around it. Every time I turned a corner or walked into a different section of the mall, I'd find him there, still close enough to make my stomach churn. It was like he was following us, but always with a purpose that I couldn't quite understand. He never approached us directly, but he didn't need to. The way he acted made it clear that he was fixated on us. He wasn't subtle about it. He didn't try to hide it. The closer we got to a quieter part of the mall, the more uncomfortable I felt. The lights seemed a little dimmer in that section, the air a little cooler, and the noise from the crowd less frequent. I could hear my own heartbeat, pounding in my ears. That was when I noticed he wasn't just following us anymore. He was studying us, waiting for us to get closer. He was close enough now that I could see his face more clearly. He was a middle-aged man, maybe in his 40s or early 50s, with a disheveled appearance. He wore a wrinkled shirt, and his hair was slightly messy, as if he hadn't bothered to take care of himself. He didn't look homeless or dangerous at first glance, but there was something about his eyes that unsettled me. His gaze flickered between my sister and me like he was weighing something in his mind. I looked at my sister, who seemed oblivious to the tension in the air. She was still small, her little hands grasping the sides of the stroller or occasionally reaching out to touch things as we passed. She didn't know the danger, and in that moment, I wished I could shield her from whatever it was that was closing in on us. I glanced back at the man again. He had turned his head away from us, but only for a second. He was pretending to look at something on the other side of the hallway, but his eyes flicked back to us so quickly that it made my skin crawl. He wasn't hiding anything. He was watching us, and I was sure of it. At that point, my panic started to rise. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I couldn't pretend that everything was fine. The worst part was that my mom, who was supposed to be with us, was nowhere to be found. I'd been hoping she would come back any minute, but the longer I stood there, the more I realized that this man wasn't going to leave, and I had to do something. I walked faster, trying to move away from him. My sister's stroller rattled as I pushed it quickly, my hands shaking slightly, my mind racing. Every time I turned around, I caught a glimpse of him, still following, still pretending to be casual, but never actually doing so. I kept looking back to see if he'd go away, but he didn't. The mall seemed to grow quieter with each step we took. My legs felt heavier, like the weight of the world was pressing down on me. I was scared. Scared for my sister, scared for myself. Scared that nobody else was noticing what was happening. I was trying to figure out what to do, but nothing seemed like the right choice. The most logical thing was to go back to my mom. She was the one who could protect us, the one who could fix it, right? But I didn't know where she was. I couldn't find her, and it felt like we were in this strange, empty corner of the mall, surrounded by nothing but an eerie silence. The panic was escalating. I needed to get us out of there, but how? I didn't have the words to tell anyone. There was no way I could just yell for help without drawing attention to the fact that I was terrified. Then it happened. I don't know exactly when it clicked, but my gut told me I needed to act. I reached down and picked up my sister. I didn't care how I looked or how awkward it was. I just knew I couldn't leave her in the stroller any longer, especially if this man decided to get closer. I held her close to me, her small body against mine, as I hurriedly turned and started to walk back in the direction I thought we'd come from. He stopped following. At first, I couldn't believe it. I stopped walking, looking around, my heart racing, but there was no sign of him. For a brief, surreal moment, I thought maybe I was just imagining everything. Maybe I had overreacted. But deep down, I knew it wasn't my imagination. He had been there, and now he was gone. The sense of relief that flooded through me was short-lived. I wanted to run to my mom, to tell her everything, to get out of that mall and never come back. But the feeling that something had almost happened lingered. I couldn't shake the image of that man's face. The way his eyes flicked between my sister and me. The way he'd stood there pretending to look at something else, all the while sizing us up like we were prey. I finally spotted my mom, still far off, and I rushed toward her, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste. When I reached her, I tried to explain, but the words were hard to get out. She wasn't exactly paying attention, and I could tell she didn't quite understand the panic in my voice. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. We went on with our shopping, and nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. But that moment, that man, was seared into my memory. I never told anyone what happened, not until years later. I couldn't explain it to anyone, not even my mom, because I wasn't sure if she would believe me. And deep down, I still wasn't sure if she cared enough to even care. As I got older, the more I thought about it, the worse it seemed. That man could have been anyone. He could have taken us without anyone noticing. But the scariest part of all was realizing that my mom, in that moment, had no sense of urgency. She didn't see what I saw, or worse, she didn't want to see it. Now, as an adult, I think about it differently. I wonder if maybe my mom just didn't want to see the danger, didn't want to acknowledge it, because if she did, she would have had to act. And acting meant she would have had to take responsibility for protecting us. Maybe, in her mind, she didn't feel like she had to. I'll never know the full truth, but looking back, I can't help but feel like a child, lost and trying to protect someone who should have been protecting me. That day wasn't just about the man who followed us. It was about the terrifying realization that sometimes you can't rely on the people who are supposed to keep you safe. I don't talk about this much, but sometimes, even years later, it still creeps me out. It's not the kind of thing you can shake off easily. Some experiences you can chalk up to your mind playing tricks on you, but this one sticks with me. It doesn't make sense, and the more I think about it, the weirder it becomes. It all started in 2007. I was bartending at this little restaurant, just trying to keep my head above water. Life had been throwing punches at me, and I wasn't handling them very well. It felt like everything was falling apart, and I was just caught in the middle of it. I'd been going through a tough time. Emotionally, mentally, everything felt like it was slipping through my fingers. I was at rock bottom, and I wasn't sure how to climb back out. Maybe I didn't even want to. I was frustrated and lost. One night, towards the end of my shift, I was talking to one of the regulars, a guy who came in pretty often, and we'd chat about life when the place wasn't too busy. He'd been a bit of a father figure to me, someone I'd vent to when I needed to. He noticed I wasn't my usual self that night, so we got into it. He could tell I was struggling, and he suggested something I didn't expect. You should see a psychic. I remember laughing it off at first. A psychic? Seriously. I didn't really believe in that stuff, not for a second. It felt too out there. But he kept pushing, talking about how this woman had helped him in the past, that she might be able to give me some clarity or guidance or whatever. He handed me her contact information, saying it could help, and I just shrugged it off. Another couple of weeks passed, and things didn't get better. If anything, they were getting worse. I couldn't get out of my own head, and my anxiety was building. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was spiraling deeper into a pit. So, reluctantly, I decided to give it a shot. Not because I believed it would work, but maybe I was just desperate enough to try anything at that point. I called the woman, who I'll call Janice. She was calm on the phone, told me she didn't do phone readings, and if I really wanted one, I'd have to come to her apartment. Something about the way she said it, so matter of fact, made me nervous. But my curiosity won out, and I agreed to go. It took me about 2 weeks to actually go through with it. The whole time, I was second-guessing myself, wondering if this was some sort of scam, or if I was just about to make a huge mistake. But at that point, I figured, what did I have to lose? I remember the day I made the trek to her place. I had to take the train, then walk through a pretty sketchy neighborhood to get there. The apartment building was in a rough part of town, and I felt uneasy the entire time I was walking there. The streets were quiet, and the buildings seemed like they hadn't been touched in years. The area smelled like trash and cheap alcohol. My gut instinct was screaming at me to turn around and go back, but I didn't. I just kept walking, all the way up to the floor where her apartment was. When I knocked, an older woman answered the door. She was nice, maybe in her late 60s, maybe early 70s, and she had a calm demeanor that made me feel a little more at ease. She let me inside and told me to wait in her living room while she finished whatever she was doing. The apartment was small, sparsely furnished, and it had that sort of stale, lived-in smell you get from places that haven't been cleaned in a while. There were no candles or incense, nothing that screamed psychic. It didn't look anything like what I had imagined. After a few minutes, she called me into the kitchen. At this point, I was starting to get skeptical. It didn't seem like the setup you'd expect for something like this. There was no tarot table, no crystal balls, no mystical vibes at all. Just a plain old dining room table in a cluttered kitchen. She asked me to sit down. My nervousness was growing, but I sat anyway. She didn't seem to care much about small talk, just told me the reading would be $30. I felt like that was cheap, maybe too cheap for anything serious, but I handed over the cash anyway. I still didn't really believe in it, but I figured I'd see it through for the sake of politeness. She told me to write down my full name on a piece of paper. I did. She muttered something under her breath, some words I couldn't understand, and then all of a sudden, her eyes rolled back in her head. Not just a little, her entire eyes, like she was going into some kind of trance. I was frozen in my seat, heart pounding. And then something happened. A voice, a deep man's voice, came out of her mouth. It wasn't a normal voice. It wasn't like she was pretending to be a man. It was a completely different voice, one that I couldn't place. It felt real, almost like it wasn't even coming from her. And it spoke. I don't remember all the words, but I remember the ones that hit me hardest. "Your sister, she will die from an overdose," the voice said. I froze, my stomach dropped. I had to have heard it wrong. My sister was fine, there was no way. She wasn't using anything, wasn't even into that kind of stuff. It didn't make sense, but the voice didn't stop. It went on to tell me other things, things I never could have predicted. Another family member would end their own life, it said. I couldn't breathe, couldn't process what was happening. How could this stranger know that? How could anyone know those things? Then, it said something that really stuck with me. No matter how bad life gets, don't end it. You don't want to end up with them. I didn't know who them was, but it felt like a warning, a reminder that I had to keep going, no matter what. I wanted to run. I wanted to get out of that room. I couldn't look at her, couldn't even comprehend what I was hearing, but I was glued to my seat. The voice kept talking. It said a few good things that I didn't understand at the time, things I still don't fully get, but I didn't care about those. What I cared about was that everything it had set up until that point was terrifyingly accurate. The voice left, and her eyes returned to normal. She didn't seem to be aware of what had just happened, like the whole thing had just slipped her mind. I don't know how long I sat there in silence after that, but when I finally stood up to leave, I was in shock. My hands were shaking. I didn't know if I wanted to believe what had just happened, but deep down, I couldn't deny it. A few months later, everything that voice had said started coming true. My sister did overdose. It destroyed me. I didn't want to believe it, but the prediction had been too accurate. The other family member, they took their own life too. I kept thinking about what that voice had said, how it had known. How could it have been so precise? There were some things it said that haven't happened yet, but others have been spot on. It's like I'm living through a prophecy, and I don't know how to stop it. The worst part, the voice said I'd be okay. I'd keep moving forward, no matter what. And that's what I've done. But it's a heavy burden. As for Janice, she's gone. I heard she doesn't live in that apartment anymore, and I haven't been back. I don't know where she is, but I'm not looking for her. I don't want to know what else she could have predicted, or worse, what else she might still be able to see. I've tried to forget it, to push it all out of my mind, but it's still there lurking. I don't think I'll ever truly shake the feeling of being watched, or the memory of that deep voice. It's been years, but it still haunts me. And no matter how many years pass, I don't think I'll ever be able to forget what happened that day. Every time I think about it, I can still feel that cold dread in my stomach. I had a dog that I'd taken care of since she was about 8 months old. I was no contact with most of my family throughout the entirety of her life. It was just me and her, inseparable. She was always there, and in some ways, I think she was the only constant in a life that had never been stable. She and I were together through the toughest times. When I was in a horrible, abusive living situation back in 2017, she was the one who kept me grounded. It's hard to explain the bond we had. It was like she could sense my feelings, and she always knew when I needed her the most. We got through everything together. I took care of her, and she took care of me in ways I didn't always know I needed. She turned 10 in 2021. No health problems. No signs of anything wrong. She was still as energetic and playful as she'd always been. Her vet was amazed at how healthy she was for her age, always commenting on how chipper she was. I fed her the best food I could afford, made sure she had regular dental cleanings, took her on walks every day, and did everything a dog owner should do. She was fine. She was fine. Then, in early October of 2021, one morning, everything changed. I remember it so clearly. It was just like any other morning. She came up to me, wagging her tail, and brought me her favorite toy, the little squeaky ball she loved to chase. I remember smiling at her and taking the toy, tossing it across the room. She ran after it, just like she always did, bringing it back with that same eager excitement. We played like we had 1,000 times before, but then something strange happened. She suddenly stopped, stood still for a moment, and then started swaying back and forth. At first, I thought she was just being a little playful, like she often did when she was tired. But she couldn't seem to find her balance. She wobbled on her feet, almost like she was drunk. It scared me. I dropped the toy and called her over to me, worried that maybe she was hurt or sick. She came to me slowly, her eyes unfocused, and she seemed off. I tried to get her to move, but she wasn't responding like she normally would. I rubbed her head and tried to comfort her, but I could feel her temperature was off. She wasn't her usual bouncy self. She was lethargic, almost like she didn't have the energy to even hold her head up. Something's wrong, I said to myself, panicking. My roommate, who had been in the other room, heard me and came running. She took one look at my dog, and I could see the worry in her face too. We both knew something wasn't right, but we didn't know how bad it would get. I immediately grabbed my phone and started calling every emergency vet I could find, trying to get anyone, to see her. The first place I called was 30 minutes away, and they told me there was an hour-long wait. I tried another, and another, but every single one was the same. 30 minutes to an hour wait, and no one seemed to care about the urgency of the situation. The responses were almost robotic, like they were reading from a script. It was as if they didn't understand that my dog, the one I loved more than anything, was suddenly not okay. I finally found one emergency vet that told me they might be able to fit her in, but it would take time. I hung up in frustration, trying to calm my dog, who seemed to be getting worse by the minute. My roommate and I did everything we could. I made sure she was comfortable, keeping her head propped up on a pillow, offering her water, trying to keep her calm while I waited. But I could see her eyes losing focus, the light that was always there in her eyes beginning to fade. After about an hour of this, watching her slowly fade from the dog I had known for so long to something unrecognizable, she suddenly seemed to perk up a little. Her tail wagged weakly, and she looked up at me with a bit of recognition. I thought maybe she was improving, but I didn't want to get my hopes up. But then, about 25 minutes later, I saw something that made my blood run cold. She suddenly became incontinent. She had no control over her bladder, and it just happened. She didn't seem to care, or even notice, and that scared me even more. I ran my hand over her back, trying to soothe her, but she didn't seem to respond. And then, within 5 minutes, I watched as she started to close her eyes, her breathing slowing down. My heart was pounding in my chest. I could feel the panic rising, but I didn't know what to do. My roommate, who had been trying to stay calm this whole time, began performing CPR, but it was clear she was already gone. I couldn't believe it. I still can't. My dog, my best friend, the one who had been with me through so much, was suddenly just gone. We called the vet again, but it was too late. The woman on the phone was kind, but she couldn't offer anything more than condolences. They would have been able to do nothing. It turns out, after talking to a vet later on, that the symptoms she had were consistent with heart failure. The vet said that even if we had gotten her to the clinic sooner, it's likely there would have been no saving her. She'd been hiding her condition, as dogs do, and by the time we realized something was wrong, it was too late. But it doesn't matter what the vet said. I still feel this intense anger, this burning rage, deep in my chest every time I think about those emergency vets. I had called every number I could, and none of them cared. None of them even gave me a hint of urgency. I was begging for help, and they just put me on hold, made me wait, told me there was nothing they could do. They let her die. I tried to process everything in the days that followed, but it wasn't easy. I kept thinking about how I'd failed her, how I couldn't save her when it mattered most. I kept wondering what I could have done differently, even though deep down, I knew that if something could have been done, we'd have done it. But what really hurt was the apathy, the indifference of the people who were supposed to help, the feeling that my dog's life didn't matter to them at all. A few months later, I brought home another dog. I wanted to fill the empty space left by my first dog, but it wasn't the same. It never would be. I still remember my first dog's face, her sweet eyes, the way she used to nudge me for attention. She was always there, right by my side. But now I was paranoid. Every little thing made me nervous. Every time my new dog seemed off, I would panic. What if she was sick too? What if something happened to her like it did with my first dog? I was terrified, and the trust one had once placed in the vets was gone. How could I trust them after what happened? How could I ever believe they would actually care? The comments people made after my first dog passed only made things worse. At least she passed quickly, best of a bad situation. They'd say, as if that somehow made it better. But it didn't. Not at all. There was no silver lining. There was no better way for her to go. She deserved better than that. She deserved to live out her days happily, not have them cut short by a heart that failed her. And I deserved to be able to help her when she needed it the most, not be left feeling helpless and ignored. Life is just shitty sometimes. And the thing that gets under my skin the most is the way people try to sugarcoat it, to pretend that everything happens for a reason. No, sometimes things just happen, and they don't make any sense. Sometimes life is cruel, and no amount of well-meaning comments can change that. I wish people would stop pretending that everything has a happy ending, that everything works out in the end. Because it doesn't. Sometimes you just lose someone you love, and there's no reason for it. I still miss her every day. Every time I see a dog, I think of her. Every time I hear that squeaky ball sound, I feel the emptiness. She was my dog, my best friend, and she's gone. I don't need anyone to tell me that at least it was quick, or that she's in a better place. I just need to feel her in the memories, in the quiet moments when I sit alone and think of her. That's the only comfort I have left. And I'll keep my new dog safe. I'll love her with everything I have, but the scars of that loss will always be there. A part of me will always carry the weight of how the vets treated her, the way no one seemed to care. It'll never go away. I was about 7 when the first time happened. It was sometime in early spring, maybe March or April. I remember because the nights were still cold, but the days had started getting longer. I was staying the weekend with my dad, which I did about twice a month back then. He lived in this 2-story townhouse just outside the city, in a quiet neighborhood with identical units and small, fenced-in yards. His place always felt different from home. Not bad, just quieter. He was single at the time, had a roommate named Darren who lived downstairs. I didn't know much about Darren, just that he worked at night and kept to himself. I rarely saw him, but I knew he was around. The bedrooms were upstairs. Mine was right across the hall from my dad's. It was small, barely enough room for a twin bed, a dresser, and a little table I used as a nightstand. I always kept the door open a crack at night. I wasn't scared of the dark, not really, but I liked being able to see a sliver of the hallway. It made me feel less alone. That night, I don't know what woke me. Maybe a dream, maybe a noise. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses in around you. I was laying on my side, facing the wall, and I just remember this feeling. A weird one, like something was off. Not wrong exactly, but not right either. I rolled over, and that's when I saw it. There was a figure standing in my doorway. Not walking or moving, just standing. The hall light was off, but there was enough ambient light from the street outside to see its outline. It was pitch black, like it absorbed all the light around it. Its arms were up, elbows bent, hands in the air, kind of spread out like someone jumping out to surprise you. But it wasn't moving, just frozen in that position. I couldn't see a face. It wasn't wearing anything distinct. No eyes, just a shape, but it was staring right at me. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe right. My heart was beating so hard I thought it would break through my ribs. I ducked under the blankets like any kid would. I didn't scream. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I didn't move, it wouldn't do anything. I stayed under for a few seconds, long enough for my breath to start fogging up the inside of the blanket. Then I peeked out. The doorway was empty. Nothing there. No sound. No movement. Nothing. I told myself it was just a dream, or my eyes playing tricks on me. But it didn't feel like that. It felt too real. I didn't get much sleep after that. I just lay there, listening to the house creak and settle, jumping every time the heat kicked on or I heard a car outside. That would have been the end of it, but it happened again. Almost a year later. I was 8 by then, maybe a little older. It was one of those calm nights. We'd had a normal day, movies, dinner, a little Lego building before bed. I'd gotten into bed and was just playing with a few stuffed animals like I always did. I had this little stuffed tiger and a bear that my mom said I'd had since I was a baby. I was lying there, the room mostly dark except for a faint glow from my nightlight. And then I saw it again. Same figure, same shape. It came into the room slowly, not walking exactly, more like gliding or drifting. But it didn't make a sound. It didn't stop or turn its head or do anything dramatic. It just passed through the doorway and vanished, like it had slipped behind the wall or melted into the shadows. I froze. My heart started pounding again. I didn't know what to do. I dropped the stuffed animals and pulled the blankets over my head, tight. I didn't come out that whole night. I lay there, sweating, every sound amplified. I didn't call for my dad. I didn't even move. I just waited. The next day I didn't say anything. I didn't want to sound crazy. What would I even say? I saw a shadow person again. I didn't understand what I'd seen. It didn't seem dangerous, but it wasn't right either. It wasn't something you could explain. It wasn't like a burglar or something where you could say, there was a man in the house. This was different. The last time I saw it was the most vivid. It was early morning, and I was lying in my dad's bed, waiting for him to get ready. Sometimes he'd let me watch cartoons in his room while he took a shower or got dressed. I remember the sun was just coming up, casting a warm orange light through the blinds. I was laying on my side, facing the nightstand, not thinking about anything in particular. And then I noticed it. The cabinet door under the nightstand was open, and the figure was sitting there, perched on the edge of the cabinet door like it was a bench. Its knees were bent, arms resting on its legs, head tilted slightly like it was watching me. It wasn't big, maybe the size of a normal adult, but it felt heavy, like it carried weight. Its body was still black, no features, just that same black mass. The thing that struck me was how calm it looked, like it was just waiting. I blinked, and it was still there. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe loud. I just stared at it. I don't remember what happened after that. I must have blinked again, or maybe I closed my eyes. But when I looked back, it was gone. Completely gone. That was the last time I saw it. But something else happened a couple of years later. I was around 10 or 11, and I'd gotten into making videos. Silly stuff. Tutorials, little Lego builds, toy reviews. I used my school tablet to record them, and I'd upload them to my school's YouTube account, not realizing that probably wasn't allowed. One afternoon, I was alone in my room, filming a Lego build. I was just talking to the camera, showing how to put a car together or something like that. I remember the window was open. There was a breeze. Birds were chirping outside. It was peaceful. I finished the video, stopped recording, and set the tablet down. Then I went to the bathroom. When I came back, I decided to watch the video before uploading it. Everything seemed normal. Just me talking, me explaining the pieces and snapping them together. But about halfway through, I heard this sound in the background. A soft noise. Not loud, not constant, just a single, quiet tone, like someone making a low moaning sound far off. I hadn't heard it while recording. The house had been quiet. There was no one else upstairs. My dad was home, but he was in the garage working on something. Darren had moved out by then. I replayed the section again and again. The sound was there, clear as day. Just once. It didn't match anything I'd said. It wasn't part of the Lego sounds. It just didn't belong. It freaked me out. I ran downstairs with the tablet, showed my dad. He shrugged it off, said it was probably just background noise or a glitch in the mic. But I knew what I'd heard. I uploaded the video anyway. I don't know why. Maybe I just wanted someone else to hear it. A week later, the school told me to delete all the videos from the school account. I didn't fight it. I took them down. Later, I went looking for the original video on the tablet, but it was gone. Not in the files. Not in the trash. Just gone. Like someone deleted it. I knew I hadn't. I hadn't even touched the file since uploading it. But it was gone anyway. That was the last strange thing that happened. No more sightings. No more weird sounds. Just silence. Over the years, I thought about it a lot. I still do. Not constantly, but sometimes. It pops into my head when I least expect it. I don't think it was anything supernatural. I've read a lot since then about sleep paralysis, about hallucinations during transitions between sleep and wakefulness, about how the brain can fill in gaps when we're scared or disoriented. Maybe the first time was just that, a vivid hallucination. Maybe the second time was my brain remembering the first and replaying it. Maybe the third time wasn't even real, just a trick of the light or my imagination. The sound on the video could have been interference, a creak from the house, a car horn in the distance, or maybe even something I did subconsciously that the mic picked up. The missing file probably got deleted by accident. Maybe I hit the wrong button. Maybe it glitched out. I don't know, but it still doesn't sit right. It wasn't just what I saw. It was how I felt, the pressure in the room, the way my skin crawled, the way time seemed to slow down, like every second was stretched. Those weren't dreams. They weren't stories. They were real to me in that moment. And that kind of fear doesn't come from nothing. It comes from something, even if that something is just your own brain betraying you. I haven't seen the figure again since. I'm older now, and I sleep fine. I've been in plenty of dark rooms. I've lived alone. I've walked through empty hallways at night. Nothing. But every now and then, I'll wake up in the middle of the night for no reason. Just wide awake. I'll glance at the door out of habit. And even though I never see anything there, part of me still expects to. Not because I believe in ghosts or shadow people or any of that stuff, but because once your brain has seen something, once it's created something that vivid, it never fully forgets. It waits. It sits in the back of your mind, silent, still, watching, waiting for the moment when your guard is down and you glance at the doorway just to make sure. And sometimes, even if there's nothing there, that fear still comes rushing back. Not because something is there, but because once something was. The month of December was always a strange time for me. The holidays had never been a time of joy. In fact, they had been a reminder of everything I was stressed about and could never seem to control. I was already stretched thin, dealing with work, personal life, and a constant undercurrent of anxiety that I had come to think of as my normal. My therapist had suggested, more than once, that I consider medication for my anxiety, but I never followed through. I guess when you live with something for so long, you stop recognizing it for what it is, and you just carry on, trying to pretend it's not there. It had been a few months since my last booster shot for COVID-19. With the holidays coming up, I thought it would be a good idea to get it out of the way. I had already received the first 2 rounds of the Pfizer vaccine and didn't want to switch. I had a few drug allergies, and I had been fine with the Pfizer shots, so I figured sticking with what I knew was the safest bet. The problem, of course, was finding the Pfizer booster. It seemed like it was impossible to get an appointment, and with the holidays approaching, I was running out of time. Eventually, after checking multiple places, I found a clinic offering the booster at a site in a local mall. The catch: the clinic was set up in an old Lord & Taylor store that had been abandoned for months. It sounded a bit sketchy, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and I booked the appointment without thinking much of it. It was 3 days before Christmas, and I wasn't exactly in the mood for holiday cheer. I wasn't expecting a Christmas miracle or anything, but I figured getting the shot would at least be one less thing to worry about. I should have known, of course, that a trip to the mall during the holidays was never going to be an easy task. The mall was packed, the air thick with the chaotic energy of last-minute shoppers and families scrambling to get everything done before Christmas. I immediately felt the anxiety building in my chest, but I pushed it down. This was just another thing to do, I told myself. It didn't have to be a big deal. I moved through the crowds, trying to ignore the buzzing of nervous energy that seemed to fill every space around me. The walk to the clinic took me through a stretch of the mall that felt both oddly empty and eerily crowded at the same time. The overhead lights flickered as I passed, and I couldn't shake the sense that something was off. My breath was shallow as I tried to focus on getting to the clinic. I had to walk through the food court, where the smell of greasy fast food hit me like a wave. There were kids running around, people arguing over which pretzel to buy, and families huddled together in front of food kiosks. I finally reached the clinic, a makeshift setup in the abandoned Lord & Taylor. There was a long line of people waiting to get their boosters. All of us crowded into a space that felt way too small for the number of people crammed inside. I filled out the necessary paperwork, then sat down in one of the plastic chairs to wait my turn. I could feel my heart beating a little faster than usual, but I tried to ignore it. I'd done this before. It would be fine. The shot was over in seconds. I barely felt the needle as it went in. But after I sat down to wait the mandatory 15 minutes, everything started to change. It started slowly at first. A slight lightheadedness that I brushed off as normal. It wasn't the first time I'd felt a little woozy after a vaccine. But then, things started to escalate. My stomach churned, and a wave of nausea hit me hard. My hands began to sweat, and my breathing felt a little more shallow than it should have been. I stood up, hoping to calm myself. Maybe I needed some fresh air, or maybe I just needed to distract myself. I started to walk over to the man who was monitoring the waiting area. I raised my hand, and before I could say anything, the lightheadedness turned into something much more frightening. My vision blurred, and I could feel my heart racing, thudding painfully against my chest. I wasn't sure what was happening, but the overwhelming thought that crossed my mind was that I was having a heart attack. I was 43 years old. I wasn't exactly young, but I wasn't old either. This couldn't be happening. I couldn't die here, in this empty corner of an old department store, staring at the men's changing room in front of me. The thought was both absurd and terrifying. I was going to die, I thought. This was it. The panic hit me hard. The adrenaline coursed through my veins, but it felt like it was doing nothing except making everything worse. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was suffocating. The walls seemed to close in on me. My thoughts were scattered, and I could hear myself gasping for air. The world was spinning, and I had no idea how to stop it. Before I knew it, someone was by my side, gently guiding me back to a chair. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but their voice was soft, almost too calm for what I was feeling. They hooked me up to some portable heart monitoring device, but none of it made sense. I was in full-blown panic mode. I couldn't focus on what was happening, only on the sensation that I was slipping into something I couldn't control. I didn't even know what was happening to me, but all I knew was that I couldn't handle it. My thoughts were a jumble of panic and absurdity. I'm going to end up as some kind of anti-vaxxer meme, I thought. It was a bizarre, darkly comedic idea to have in the middle of such a terrifying moment, but I couldn't stop the thought. I was dying, and I was going to be the punchline of some cruel internet joke. I couldn't remember how much time passed, but eventually, the panic started to subside, just a little. The people around me were reassuring, and they spoke to me in that calm, practiced way that medical professionals use when they're trying to keep you from completely losing it. My husband had to come pick me up because I could barely think straight enough to drive. I felt like I was going to faint at any moment, but somehow I managed to get to the Uber. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, my heart started racing again, and I felt the panic return, like a wave I couldn't escape. It was exhausting, physically, emotionally, and mentally. I couldn't calm down. I couldn't stop the storm that was brewing inside of me. Each time I drifted off, the dreams were filled with images of my heart pounding, the walls closing in, and the overwhelming sense that something was terribly wrong. The next day, I went to urgent care. I had barely slept, and I was still shaking, though my heart rate had slowed. The doctor ran some tests, checked my vitals, and assured me that my heart was fine. This happens a lot with the vaccines, she said, explaining that it wasn't uncommon for people to have a panic attack in response to the shot. Apparently, the adrenaline from the vaccine and the stress it caused could trigger that kind of reaction. It felt absurd, but I listened. I was still a mess, but I managed to take the Xanax they gave me and tried to calm myself. The next 2 weeks were a blur. I felt like I was walking through thick fog, trying to make it through each day without losing my mind. Every time something small went wrong, it felt like the world was about to collapse around me. Christmas was a disaster. I couldn't focus on anything, and the anxiety was crippling. I started taking the Xanax more regularly, though I hated the way it made me feel. It was like I was living in slow motion, unable to connect with anything. But it was better than feeling like I was constantly teetering on the edge of a panic attack. When I finally saw my doctor, I talked to her about everything: the anxiety, the panic attack, the stress I was under. She recommended a daily anti-anxiety medication. It took a little while for it to kick in, but once it did, things slowly started to improve. The panic attacks became fewer and farther between. I still had bad days, days when the weight of everything felt unbearable, but the constant gnawing feeling of being on the edge of something terrible was gone. I don't think I'll ever fully understand why the panic attack happened, or why it felt like my whole world was falling apart in that sterile, abandoned store. But looking back, I realize it wasn't just the vaccine. It was everything, the anxiety that had built up over years, the stress of the holidays, the pressure I put on myself to be okay. It all came crashing down in that moment. It wasn't the first time I had felt overwhelmed, but it was the first time I had truly understood how much I had been carrying. Now, with the medication and a new approach to my anxiety, things are better. I'm not perfect. I still have bad days, but the weight is easier to carry. I learned a lot from that experience, about myself, about how much I had been ignoring, and about how important it is to take care of my mental health, not just physically, but emotionally too. The holidays were still difficult, but I didn't let them break me. I was able to breathe, to feel like I could face whatever came next. And for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was just waiting for the panic to return. A few years ago, when I was about 45, I decided to spend the day at the beach. It was one of those perfect Pacific Coast days. Blue skies, a slight breeze, the sun warm on your skin without feeling scorching, and the waves rolling in like they always do. I hadn't been to the beach alone in a while, but I wanted a little solitude, a break from everything, and there's something peaceful about the sea that always calms me. I wasn't really thinking about anything serious, just taking the day to myself. The beach was crowded, as usual. There were families with kids running up and down the shore, teenagers tossing a football, and people lounging in umbrellas or towels. The lifeguard tower was on high alert, scanning the horizon, and the occasional shout from the lifeguard broke the buzz of conversation. I didn't mind the crowd, though. It gave a lively atmosphere to the place. I always liked that feeling of being a part of something larger without having to interact with anyone. I walked down toward the water, feeling the cool foam of the waves as they rushed up onto the sand. The tide was coming in, pulling back just enough to give the beachgoers some space before pushing forward again. I stepped into the surf, letting the cold water soak my feet and then up to my ankles. It was refreshing, but also invigorating in a way that made me want to go further out. It wasn't crowded where I was. People mostly stuck to the shallows where the waves were gentle and warm. But I had no plans to swim laps or dive. I just wanted to feel the water around me. So I kept walking further out into the sea, deeper and deeper, until the water was up to my chest. At first, I didn't notice how the current had slowly started pulling me further from the shore. I was still standing, feeling the ebb and flow of the water around my body, but I hadn't realized how much the ocean was shifting beneath me. The waves were not large, but each one carried me just a little further out. After a while, I noticed that I couldn't feel the sand under my feet anymore. The familiar tug of the water against my body became more pronounced, more insistent. I tried to push against it for a moment, but the sea was stronger than I expected. I turned my head back toward the beach, squinting in the distance. I could still make out the figures of people on the shore, some kids chasing each other, a group of teenagers with a volleyball, a couple of elderly women sitting under umbrellas. There were a few families out in the water, a little farther down, laughing and playing. But I felt distant from them, a figure alone in the sea, surrounded by water on all sides. It wasn't scary, though. For some reason, I didn't feel panic rise in me. It was just a calm acceptance, like the gentle pull of the waves was taking me somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. But I didn't mind. It was like I had already resigned myself to it, my mind shifting gears to something that felt oddly like peace. I had no thoughts of danger, no worries about what could happen next. I just floated. The ocean was vast and infinite, and I felt small but content. I thought about how much the sea had always been a part of my life, even if I wasn't the most avid beachgoer. I remembered the sounds, the smells, the way the sun felt when I was younger, how much simpler it all seemed. As I drifted further, I began to realize how far I had gotten. I couldn't touch the bottom anymore, and the shore was shrinking behind me, the people on the beach becoming little more than blurry shapes in the distance. It wasn't frightening at all. The pull of the water was gentle. My thoughts remained calm. I remember wondering how long it would take before I could no longer see the shore, before I was just floating out there, lost to the sea, untethered from everything. I think I found a kind of morbid curiosity in it. How long could I survive out here? How long could a person just float and drift before everything gave way, before their body gave into the water? I wasn't really trying to survive at that point. There wasn't any fear, just curiosity, as if I were watching someone else's life unfold. I wasn't thinking about death, at least not in the way you would expect. It wasn't a plan, it was more like an acceptance, like a quiet surrender to whatever was happening. It wasn't a desire to end things, but more like an understanding that this moment had come, and I was just going to float with it. Then, something made me look up, and I saw a small figure on the shore. It was a boy, probably no older than 10 or 11, standing near the waterline, halfway between the shore and where I was. His eyes were fixed on me, and I realized how odd it must have looked, me out there alone, floating with no effort, seemingly oblivious to the world around me. For a moment, I considered what he must have thought. It must have looked strange, maybe even unsettling. I imagined him seeing me, out there by myself, floating, slowly drifting away with no clear intention of turning back. I thought about what would happen if something went wrong. What if I couldn't make it back? What if the current pulled me out too far? What if the lifeguards didn't see me, or couldn't get to me in time? I didn't want him to feel scared, though. I didn't want to leave that kind of impression on a kid, especially not one who might always remember the day he saw someone drifting away and not coming back. I wasn't sure why it mattered so much in that moment, but it did. So I raised my hand, weakly at first, and waved. Then I called out, my voice barely carrying through the wind. "Hey, can you get someone?" The boy froze for a second, and then he turned and sprinted down the beach, shouting something that I couldn't quite make out. I heard him yell, but the words were lost in the sound of the waves. He was running toward the lifeguard tower now, his small legs pumping hard as he shouted for help. A few seconds later, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and I looked to the left to see the lifeguard swimming toward me. He was moving fast, cutting through the water, his strokes efficient. The current was starting to pull me a little farther, but I tried to stay calm, knowing he would get to me. He didn't take long to reach me, but the fact that he had to come out at all felt like a reminder of how far I had drifted without realizing it. As he got closer, he called out to me, but I couldn't quite hear him. I tried to make myself float, to stay as calm as I could. The lifeguard reached me and grabbed my arm, pulling me gently toward him. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice steady but with a hint of concern. I nodded, though I didn't really have a good answer for him. I wasn't sure what to say. I wasn't in trouble. I wasn't scared. I just felt like I was in a place where time didn't matter. He helped pull me back toward the shore, the waves now pushing against us as the current worked harder to pull me away. I could see the beach again, people looking out toward us, some with concerned expressions. I felt oddly detached from it all, as if I were watching the scene unfold rather than being a part of it. The lifeguard's movements were strong and efficient, his presence bringing me back to reality, but it didn't feel urgent. I wasn't panicked, and I wasn't fighting him. I was just being pulled back toward the shore. When we finally got back to solid ground, I felt the sand under my feet again, and the water seemed to calm. I could hear the sounds of people laughing, talking, the usual beach noises. The lifeguard gave me a quick, reassuring pat on the back. "You're good now," he said. I nodded, my legs feeling shaky as I stood up straight. I walked back toward the beach, my heart still calm, but my mind starting to churn with thoughts I hadn't expected. I realized just how easily I had let go, how close I had been to something I couldn't quite understand. I hadn't been trying to die. I wasn't planning anything. But in that moment, when I was out there in the water, I had been ready to drift away without a fight. The lifeguard had pulled me back, yes, but only because a child had noticed me and made a noise. I never really thought about it much after that day, at least not in a way that consumed me. But when I hear about people who have pulled through tough situations, who have fought to survive against all odds, I can't help but think about that moment. Maybe some people just have that deep-rooted will to survive. They fight, they scream for help, they push forward no matter what. But for me, in that moment, I felt like I didn't have that. I didn't feel desperate or scared. I just felt like I was floating, waiting to see what would happen next. I don't know if I would have survived if it weren't for that kid, if it weren't for the lifeguard who noticed. I don't know what would have happened if I had kept drifting. But I do know that after that, something changed. Not in a big, dramatic way, but in the quietest, most subtle sense. I learned something about myself I hadn't fully understood before. Sometimes, you don't even realize how close you are to letting go until someone else pulls you back. I used to be a cop. A lot of things happened in my time on the force, but nothing quite like that night. It's been years, but I can still remember every detail of it like it happened yesterday. It's the kind of thing that sticks with you, not just because it was terrifying, but because it made me realize just how fragile life is and how much can change in the blink of an eye. At the time, I had been working a pretty quiet beat in a part of town where nothing much ever happened. I had decided to quit the force and go back to school to pursue something else. I was done with the chaos, the danger, the constant fear of what might go wrong. But I still had a few months left before I could make the switch, and I figured I might as well make use of the time. So I asked to be assigned to a quieter area, the kind of place where nothing ever happens. It was the perfect spot to study for my entrance exams, a place where I could get some peace and focus. Most places in the city had backup times ranging from 1 to 3 minutes. This area, it was more like 10 minutes, maybe even more depending on where you were. No one really thought anything would go wrong, and that's exactly what I needed, a bit of peace and quiet. I could study, work, and get through the last stretch of my career without too much stress. One night, everything changed. I was sitting at my desk, going over some study materials when the call came in. It was an emergency in progress, and the tone in the dispatcher's voice immediately caught my attention. Home invasion, subject armed with a knife. The voice crackled through the radio. We need backup immediately. I grabbed my gear, jumped into my squad car, and immediately flipped on the lights. I was about 2 minutes away from the scene, maybe one if I pushed it. It wasn't far. The thought of what was happening, someone with a knife in a house, made my heart race. I could already hear the dispatcher's voice in my head, repeating the details. A woman had called in, frantic, saying her husband and son were trapped inside with a crazy man wielding a knife. She was outside, hysterical, unable to help. I hit the gas and rushed through the empty streets, the sirens wailing in the night. As I approached the house, I saw the woman standing at the end of the driveway. She was pacing back and forth, eyes wide, frantic, her hands shaking. She rushed toward me as I pulled up. "They're in there," she screamed, her voice barely above a whisper. "My husband, my son, he's got a knife." I didn't have time for anything else. I nodded, barely hearing the rest of what she said, and pulled open the door of the car. The house was dark, quiet, but I could feel the tension in the air. "Stay outside," I told her as I sprinted up the steps to the front door. The door was unlocked, swinging open as I pushed it. I drew my pistol, stepping inside carefully, my senses on high alert. The house was huge, sprawling, the kind of place where you could get lost in the dark. I had no backup yet. I was alone. There was shouting coming from somewhere deeper in the house. The voice was frantic, desperate. I crept toward the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind raced. What if this guy wasn't alone? What if there were more of them? What if he had a gun? Or worse, what if he was already planning to use that knife? I turned a corner, the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. I was about 15 feet away when I saw them. A man, wild-eyed, his clothes torn, standing in the middle of a hallway. In front of him was a father, his body shielding a child behind him. The man was holding 2 huge chef's knives, one in each hand. His eyes were glazed, unfocused, like he was somewhere far away in his own mind. I knew what it was. Meth. It was always meth. He was shouting, screaming about how they had no right to be in his house. "I live here," he yelled, waving the knives in the air. "This is my house. Get out." The father was trying to reason with him, his voice shaking. "We don't want any trouble, man. Please, just put the knives down." I raised my pistol, my hand steady despite everything inside me screaming to run. "Drop the knives. Now," I shouted, but he didn't. He didn't even seem to hear me. He kept waving the knives, spinning in circles. The dad and the son were huddled in the corner, both trying to make themselves as small as possible. I didn't want to shoot him, not in front of the kid. I didn't want to be the one to take this man's life, especially when he was clearly out of his mind. But I also couldn't just stand there while they were in danger. I had to do something. "Put the knives down." I yelled again, louder this time. Nothing. He just screamed more. I knew it was only a matter of time before something happened. I couldn't let him get any closer to the family. I couldn't let him attack them. I gave him one more chance. One more command. "Drop the knives." It was like he snapped out of whatever trance he was in. He looked down at the knives, then back at me. For a split second, I thought he might actually comply. But then, without warning, he dropped to the floor, lunging for the knives again. I didn't even think about it. I raised my pistol and fired. But just as I did, something happened that I couldn't have predicted. A police dog came flying from the shadows, barreling toward the man and sinking its teeth into his leg just as he reached for the knives. The man screamed, a blood-curdling, guttural sound, as the dog bit down hard. I had a split second to react. The man was going down. The dog was doing its job, but I couldn't take any chances. I stepped forward, gun still raised, and quickly took control of the situation. The man was writhing on the floor, screaming and trying to pull the dog off him. The father and son had run out of the house, and I was left alone with this man. It felt like forever before backup arrived. I had him in cuffs, the dog still growling beside me, and all I could do was wait. It wasn't until later, when I reviewed the body camera footage, that I realized just how much time had actually passed. In my head, it had been a few seconds, maybe a minute. But the footage showed that I had been standing there with my gun drawn, yelling at this guy, for nearly 3 to 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes of screaming commands. 3 to 5 minutes where I thought I was going to have to shoot this man. It's funny how time plays tricks on you when you're in that kind of situation. Everything feels like it happens in an instant, but in reality, you're just frozen in the moment, doing everything you can to stay alive. I don't know how either of us walked away from that one. I guess luck was on my side, but luck doesn't last forever. I wasn't going to stick around much longer after that. I took a step back that night, after everything was done. I started thinking, I wasn't cut out for this anymore. The danger, the constant stress, it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth risking my life, or anyone else's, every time something like this came up. I'd done my time. I had helped people, saved lives, but I was done. I quit the force a few weeks later. I packed up my things, went back to school, and left it all behind. But that night, I can still see it all. The house, the man with the knives, the sound of the dog barking, and the feeling of my hands shaking as I stood there, gun in hand. I still think about it, especially when I hear sirens in the distance. I don't think I'll ever forget it. When I was about 7, I had an imaginary friend named Pop Pop. We used to spend hours together in the corner of the garden at our old family home. It was a big garden full of trees, flowers, and that slightly overgrown feel that only old houses seem to have. The trees were always swaying, and the flowers were wild, filling the air with sweet scents. In the far corner, by the old stone wall that separated our property from the neighbors, I'd sit and talk with Pop Pop. I remember his features clearly, brownish-gray hair that was always a little messy, as if he had just come from playing outside, and his green eyes that seemed to catch the light in the strangest way, almost glowing in the right sunlight. He wasn't much taller than me, but I never thought to question why he never seemed to be around when other people were, or why he had this strange air about him. He was just my friend, and that was enough. As a kid, I didn't think much of it when I was the only one who could see or talk to him. Pop Pop never seemed strange to me. He was simply there, like any other friend. I'd talk to him about everything, my school, my toys, and sometimes even things that I couldn't quite explain. I didn't worry when my parents would call me inside for dinner and Pop Pop would disappear. I just figured he had other places to be, other things to do. I told myself that someday I'd grow up and Pop Pop would stay with me, in my heart or memory, just like any good friend. But as I grew older, I started making new friends. Pop Pop faded away, just as any imaginary friend would. I didn't even realize he was gone at first. It was gradual, like the fading of a dream that you can barely remember once you've woken up. By the time I was in my teenage years, Pop Pop was just a distant memory. A funny story I'd tell my siblings when we were reminiscing about childhood. I never thought of him again until a few years ago, when my daughter, Abby, was about 5. It happened one afternoon when we were out running errands. Abby had just started talking to the doggy cams we'd set up in the house to monitor the dogs when we weren't home. They're simple things, just small cameras with two-way audio, so we could check in on the pets and make sure they were okay. The cameras are positioned in a few key spots, and Abby would sometimes chatter away to them when we were out. It never bothered me. I thought it was just her way of playing or feeling connected to the house while we were away. One day, I was sitting in the car outside a grocery store when I pulled up the app to check on the dogs. I saw Abby sitting in front of one of the cameras, talking with someone. She seemed so animated, like she was having a real conversation. I listened in, half smiling to myself. thinking she was just playing pretend. But then, as I heard the voice of the other person, I froze. The voice sounded familiar. Not just a little familiar, but deeply familiar. A chill ran down my spine as I continued listening. It was the voice of a man, gentle, almost friendly, but unmistakable. It was Pop Pop. I couldn't make sense of it. There was no way it could be him. I hadn't thought about Pop Pop in years, and yet here he was, talking to my daughter. I didn't even think. I just ran inside the house, my heart racing. Abby was sitting on the living room floor, smiling and laughing, talking to the camera like it was the most normal thing in the world. I asked her casually, trying to hide my panic. "Who are you talking to, sweetie?" With a bright smile, she looked up at me and said, "My friend." I tried to keep my voice steady, although I could feel my hands shaking as I asked, "Who's your friend, honey?" "Pop Pop," she answered cheerfully, like it was the most natural thing in the world. A flood of memories hit me at that moment, memories I hadn't thought about in years. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. I suddenly remembered everything. The way Pop Pop would stand in the corner of the garden, how I'd talk to him like he was real, the strange feeling that had always come with him. And now, here was my daughter talking to him. It didn't make sense. I walked out of the room and back to mine, my mind racing. I was too unsettled to make any sense of it, but I knew I had to talk to my mother. I had to ask her if she remembered anything about Pop Pop. My mother knew about him, but I had never mentioned him after I was older. I didn't think it mattered. I grabbed my phone, dialing her number with shaky fingers. She picked up after a few rings, her familiar voice on the other end. "Hi, honey, how are you?" I hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to phrase it. "Do you remember, Pop Pop by any chance?" My voice came out in a panicked rush, and I couldn't help it. My chest was tight, my breath shallow. I didn't want to sound crazy, but something about this was wrong. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. My heart pounded in my ears, waiting for a response. Then finally my mother spoke, but her tone had changed. "Pop Pop, dear, where did you get that name from?" I told her, my voice trembling. "Abby said that's who she's been talking to on the doggy cams." At that moment, my mother went silent again. I could feel her processing what I had just told her. Then, her voice came back, sharp and urgent. "Honey, get Abby, get in your car, and call the police. Now." The line went dead, and I stared at my phone in confusion and growing panic. What was going on? Why was my mom reacting like that? I couldn't process the words fast enough, but I knew I had to get Abby and leave. I walked out of my room, feeling like I was moving in slow motion, my legs heavy. When I reached the living room, I saw Abby still sitting in front of the doggy cam, talking happily. But something was off. The voice coming from the camera wasn't the same as before. It had changed, just slightly, but enough to unsettle me. It wasn't the friendly, familiar tone of Pop Pop anymore. It was colder, more distant, and I couldn't ignore it. I needed to get Abby away from the house, and fast. I didn't want to scare her, so I asked as casually as I could, "Hey, do you want to go shopping?" Without hesitation, Abby bounced up, grinning ear to ear. Yes, let's go." We quickly left the house, and I drove us to my mother's place, my mind still whirling. I couldn't stop thinking about what I had heard. What was going on? When I got to my mother's house, I could barely bring myself to talk about it. I wanted to believe it was all a mistake, that maybe Abby had made up an imaginary friend. But the way my mother had reacted, the way she'd practically ordered me to call the police, something was deeply wrong. My mother took me aside as soon as we arrived and told me the truth. Pop Pop wasn't just some childhood friend. He was her ex-boyfriend, a man who had been obsessed with her, who stalked her for years after they broke up. She hadn't told me about him, not in detail, but now I could see the fear in her eyes as she spoke. "He wasn't just a boyfriend," she said quietly. "He was dangerous. After I left him, he wouldn't let go. He would show up, watching me, following me. He hurt my brother to get back at me. I didn't want you to know. I thought he was gone for good, but it seems he never left." The weight of what she was telling me hit me like a punch to the gut. Pop Pop wasn't just a friendly imaginary friend. He was a stalker, a killer. And for years, I had been talking to him, not knowing what he truly was. It turned out that he had been obsessed with my mother long before I was born. His obsession hadn't faded even when she'd moved on with her life. And now, somehow, he had found a way to reach out to me through Abby. The realization made my skin crawl. The police were called, and they searched the house, but they didn't find anything. No sign of Pop Pop. But that didn't mean he was gone. My mother had hired a private investigator after her brother's death, and they had tracked him for years. He'd vanished into the shadows, but this incident, Abby talking to him again, meant he was still out there watching. I don't know what happened to him after that. The police couldn't do much, and we moved soon after. But I'll never forget the feeling of hearing that voice again. The same voice I'd heard as a child, now twisted with something darker. It's been 4 years since that day, and every time I hear Abby laughing or talking to herself, I wonder if Pop is still out there waiting. It was a regular day, or at least it started that way. I was home alone, like I often was when my mom had to work. It wasn't uncommon for her to leave early in the morning and not come back until late in the evening, and I was used to it. I had a routine breakfast, then I'd chill in the living room or my bedroom, watching TV or playing games. Sometimes I'd take a nap, but on this day, I was just hanging out downstairs, minding my own business. Around mid-afternoon, I felt that familiar, uncomfortable sensation in my bladder. I got up from the couch, grabbed my phone off the table, and started to head upstairs to the bathroom. The stairs were just around the corner from the living room, and I had to pass the front door to get to them. As I was walking by the door, something caught my attention. There was a knock. It wasn't just one knock either. The guy knocked 4 times in quick succession. 3 loud raps, followed by one more, all sharp and insistent. My heart immediately jumped. No one was supposed to be at the door. My mom hadn't told me anyone was coming over, and I certainly wasn't expecting anyone. At that moment, I froze. I wasn't about to open the door, especially not when I was alone. I hesitated for a second, unsure of what to do. I had to make a decision quickly. The only thing that felt safe was to stay quiet, hidden, and wait it out. I slipped into the corner between the door and the stairs, trying to stay as out of sight as possible. My back pressed against the wall as I waited, hoping the guy would leave. For a while, there was no sound. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the faint chirping of birds outside, but nothing else. I listened, straining my ears, waiting for the next knock. It felt like an eternity. But then, just as I was starting to breathe a little easier, something else happened. The back door, which led out to the yard, creaked open. My heart dropped. I hadn't heard anyone walk around the back of the house, and that door was usually locked. My mind raced. Was this guy trying to get in through the back? I didn't waste any time. I bolted up the stairs, adrenaline pumping through my veins. My feet pounded against the steps as I rushed up to the safety of my room. I didn't even look back until I was inside, and once I was there, I locked the door behind me with shaking hands. I grabbed my phone, fingers fumbling, and sent a quick message to my mom. Someone is here. I didn't know who it was or what they wanted, but I knew I wasn't safe. Then I texted my grandma. She lived just a minute away, so I figured she'd be the quickest to get here. Someone's in the house. Please come over. I was shaking now, my body trembling with fear. I quickly dialed 911, voice tight as I spoke to the dispatcher. I couldn't stay still, so I paced around the room, trying to keep my mind focused on the phone call. My breath was shallow, and I could hear the dispatcher's calm voice asking me for details. "Are you alone?" she asked. I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. I cleared my throat. "Yes, I'm home alone." I heard knocking at the front door, and then the back door opened. "He's in the house. Please send someone." The operator assured me that help was on the way, but the waiting felt endless. Every little noise made me flinch. I could hear movement downstairs, someone walking through the house, their footsteps creaking on the wooden floor. I tried to be as quiet as possible, pressing myself into the farthest corner of the room, hidden from the door. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. It felt like I was suffocating in the silence. The sound of footsteps continued, moving slowly, methodically. Then the worst thing happened. The sound of footsteps got closer. My breath hitched in my chest as the person reached the top of the stairs. My heart was racing so loudly I thought it might give me away, but I dared not move a muscle. I pressed myself further into the corner, my back scraping against the wall. I could hear the faint shuffle of feet in the hallway outside my room. And then, just as I was starting to pray that they would leave, I heard it. The door handle rattled. He was trying to open the door. I nearly lost it right there. My mind screamed at me to do something, but my body refused to move. I was paralyzed, not sure what to do next. I heard the handle turn again, and I could feel the pressure building up in the door. He was trying to break in, and it was only a matter of time before he got through. Just then, I heard the sound of another door downstairs, and for a split second, I thought someone else was in the house with me. But then I realized it was my grandma. I had texted her earlier, and I guess she had come over right away. I could hear her voice, low but urgent, calling my name from downstairs. She must have seen the guy. A few seconds later, the door handle rattled once more, but this time, there was a commotion outside the room. I could hear my grandma's voice, then the sound of heavy footsteps. The door to my room was still locked, and I didn't dare open it. A moment later, the sound of sirens grew louder. The police had arrived. It felt like hours before I heard anything else. My grandma, bless her, had beaten the police to the house. She was standing at the foot of the stairs when the cops arrived, and they immediately went into action, sweeping through the house. The tension in the air was thick. I could hear muffled voices as the officers moved from room to room. I stayed hidden in my room until I heard the cops call out that the intruder had been caught. I let out a breath I didn't realize I had been holding. The relief washed over me, but it was followed by a wave of exhaustion. I was so drained from the fear and the waiting. The guy didn't get far. He was arrested and taken away in handcuffs. I couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't heard the knocks, or if I hadn't acted quickly enough. What if he had gotten to my neighbor's house, where the 11-year-old girl was home alone? The thought made my stomach turn. After everything was settled, the cops gave me a rundown of what had happened. The guy had been lurking around the neighborhood for a while, looking for houses to break into. He had seen me home alone and decided to make his move. I could have been one of his next targets, but I was lucky, incredibly lucky. My grandma had come at just the right time, and the police had responded quickly. It could have been so much worse. I don't think I'll ever forget the feeling of that door handle turning, of hearing footsteps coming closer to my room. But I also learned something that day. Trust your instincts, and when something feels wrong, don't hesitate. Whether it's a knock at the door or a strange noise at the back of the house, always stay alert. You never know who might be watching. I've always wondered what it's like to be truly unconscious, to have no idea what's happening to your body while everything around you is falling apart. I used to think it was just a peaceful thing, like drifting into a deep sleep. But what I went through, well, that shattered any romantic notion I had of unconsciousness. It all started when I was finally back on jump status after an injury. My shoulder had been messed up for a while, but I'd worked hard to get back. The refresher course went smoothly, and I felt good about my return. I was ready. You never know if it's your last jump, but I wasn't thinking about that at the time. I was just focused on the mission. We were getting ready to jump out of a C-140, a good, reliable bird, something you learn to trust when you're airborne. But I never expected my trust in the system to be shattered the way it was that day. The plan was simple. We were jumping from the C-140, which was flying at about 1,500 feet. Standard stuff. We had been up in the air for a while, everyone getting geared up and checking equipment. I'd done countless jumps before, but this one was going to be different. There's always a kind of nervous energy before you jump, a mixture of adrenaline and focus. The air was thick with anticipation, and everything felt normal. Too normal, in fact. As the jump master called us to the door, I felt that familiar rush, the wind, the roar of the engines, the tension in the air. My static line was hooked, ready to deploy my parachute as soon as I hit the open sky. There was a slight hesitation, just a small shift in the mood of the squad. Then I saw him, a guy in my squad, a total jackass, fumbling with his static line. I couldn't hear him over the noise of the plane, but I saw his hands shaking as he handed the line to the jump master. It was wrong. I don't know how I knew, but something about the way he handed it over just felt off. The line wasn't right. It wasn't secured properly. And then, just like that, he jumped. I watched him go out the door, the air whipping around him as he disappeared into the nothingness of the sky. But as he went, something went wrong. His static line was still tangled, hanging out of the plane. I didn't have time to process it before I followed him. As I jumped, my feet left the solid, steady floor of the C-140, and for a brief second, I felt weightless. But then the tug came. It wasn't the normal tug you feel when your chute opens. It was different. It was wrong. My static line, which should have been connected to the plane, was now tangled in his, the one that hadn't been properly secured. That's when it hit me. My parachute didn't deploy. Instead of soaring through the sky, I slammed against the side of the C-140. I remember the shock of it more than anything. The impact of the plane's metal hull against my body rattled through me, and everything went dark. I've been told that I just hung there, completely unconscious, being towed behind the plane. My body was lifeless, nothing but dead weight to the air crew and the rest of the jumpers. They didn't know it at the time, but I was out cold, completely unaware of what was happening. I couldn't feel the wind or the rush of the fall. The world around me was silent, dark, and still. I can only imagine the chaos inside the C-140 when they realized what had happened. Someone had to have screamed when they saw me trailing behind the plane like a rag doll. They tried to pull me back in, trying to winch me up, to get me back inside where I could get help. But nothing worked. My parachute hadn't deployed, and the static line wasn't coming loose. It had been wrapped around something, and that something kept me tethered to the plane as I was dragged through the sky. I've been told that it was a damn miracle that my static line eventually separated. At that point, I had no control. I had no awareness of what was happening to me. All I knew, when I finally regained some sense of reality, was that I was falling. I don't remember the fall itself. I've heard the stories from the other jumpers, the ones who had already landed and were watching from below. They saw me. They watched as I dropped lifeless from the sky, like a rag doll being thrown from the plane. They say I hit a few parachutes on the way down, several of them already deployed, and that's what saved me. My fall slowed down. The parachutes were already partially inflated, creating just enough drag to keep me from plummeting straight to the earth like a stone. They told me later that I landed on my rucksack, the one I had strapped to my back, and that it took the brunt of the impact. I think I was lucky that day. I think I should have died, but I didn't. I ended up landing in a sitting position, my body folded over, but I was still alive. The force of the fall was enough to rupture a disc in my back, and several other vertebrae were compressed. But my head, my neck, somehow they were spared. I was bruised, battered, and broken, but I didn't die. I didn't even lose consciousness when I hit the ground. What happened next is still a blur. I was in so much pain, I could barely move. I sat there, slumped over, unable to stand. My legs were stiff, and my arms felt like they belonged to someone else. The only thing I could focus on was my back. The pain was unbearable. My rucksack was wedged between my legs, and it kept me in a seated position, like some kind of cruel joke. It wasn't until the medics showed up that I realized how bad it was. They couldn't move me right away. They had to stabilize me and keep me as still as possible. I don't remember what anyone said. I didn't care. All I could focus on was the pain in my back, the sharp, searing agony that kept me from thinking clearly. I couldn't even scream. I wanted to, but my body wouldn't let me. They had to carry me out, not on a stretcher, but with me barely able to hold on to consciousness. I was more of a body than a person at that point, a shell. The pain was still there when I was finally in the hospital. They told me how lucky I was, how it could have been worse. I knew it could have been worse. I could have been dead. I could have hit the ground without anything to slow me down, just splattered like a bug on a windshield. But I wasn't. I was alive. And for a while, I didn't know how to feel about that. They fixed me up, of course. Surgery on my back, months of physical therapy, and a hell of a lot of time spent just lying there, trying to get my body back in shape. But the pain never really goes away. It's always there, a constant reminder of what happened that day. A reminder of how close I came to never walking again, never doing anything again. I don't talk about it much. It's one of those things that's hard to put into words. I'm grateful to be alive, but there's always this part of me that wonders, deep down, if it was worth it. The army, the jumps, the risk, it's all part of the job, sure. But that day, when I hit the side of the plane and fell, I realized just how fragile life really is. Just how easy it is for everything to come crashing down. About 10 years ago, my husband talked me and my family into going on this thing called tinker tubing. It's where you sit on an old inner tube and float down a creek. The idea is simple. A bus drops you off at one point upstream, and you float down the water until you reach the place where you parked your cars. He said he used to do it as a kid, and it was fun, just a lazy river trip through the woods. Peaceful, relaxing. He promised it would only take about an hour, maybe a little more, depending on how fast the water moved. He talked it up so well that we all agreed to go. even though I had a weird feeling in my gut from the start. What none of us really considered, or maybe just didn't think about enough, was that it had been raining hard for days up in the hills where the creek started. It had been dry and warm where we lived, but that didn't matter. Those mountains had soaked up a lot of water, and all that rain had to go somewhere. The creek was swollen, moving faster than usual, and the temperature of the water was like ice. It didn't feel like July when you were in that water. It felt like you'd been dropped in melted snow. We got to the drop-off point and inflated our tubes. Everyone was laughing and talking. There were about a dozen of us, me, my husband, my aunt, a few cousins, and a couple of the older kids. The driver of the bus didn't say much. He just nodded and pointed to the creek before pulling away. That should have been the first sign, but we were too busy dragging our tubes into the water and getting ready. The water was freezing. I remember that first shock when I lowered myself into the current, and it just took my breath away. I tried not to show it, but inside, I was already nervous. The trees around the creek were thick, the sky above us mostly overcast. The sun peeked out now and then, but the light didn't do much to warm things up. The water moved faster than I expected, tugging at the tube like it had a mind of its own. Within the first 5 minutes, we hit rapids. I didn't even see them coming. One moment I was floating calmly, and the next, the tube pitched backward and I was thrown into the water. I didn't even have time to react. I was underwater before I could take a breath, tumbling with the current, completely disoriented. Even with a life jacket on, even though I knew how to swim, I couldn't find the surface at first. The cold hit me like a slap, and every time I tried to pull myself up, the current dragged me down again. I remember flailing, trying to grab onto the tube, but it had slipped away. My head broke the surface for half a second, just enough to suck in some air. Then I was pulled under again. It was one of the longest minutes of my life. I truly thought I was going to drown in that creek. The fear was thick in my chest, and every second that passed made me feel more and more like I was slipping into something I couldn't fight. When I finally managed to grip the edge of the tube and throw myself back on, I was shaking all over. My heart was pounding. My legs kicked in the water, trying to help me balance as I lay flat on my stomach, hugging the plastic like it was the only thing keeping me alive. And maybe it was. That first fall set the tone for everything that followed. I couldn't relax after that. Every small ripple in the water felt like it was going to be another set of rapids. And I wasn't wrong. Just a couple minutes later, my aunt flipped off her tube too. I didn't see it happen, but I heard her scream. When we caught up to her, she was already trying to pull herself onto the bank, limping and hunched over. She'd landed hard on a rock and smashed her tailbone. She could barely move. Some of the others helped her out and decided to walk the rest of the way along the side of the creek, even though the ground was rough and thick with weeds and brambles. Not long after that, I got pulled into a whirlpool. I'd seen the water spinning ahead of me and tried to paddle to the side, but it was too late. The current grabbed the tube and sucked it in like it had hands. I held on, legs dangling in the freezing water, but the swirling pulled at me so hard I lost my grip. I went under again, spinning, choking on water, and the cold just cut into my chest like a knife. I was completely helpless. I couldn't tell up from down. Then suddenly, I felt someone grab my arm and yank hard. I came up gasping and coughing, spitting out water. It was my husband. In the process of pulling me out, he dislocated his shoulder. I didn't even realize it at the time. He didn't say a word, just grimaced and helped me back to the edge. We sat there, both of us shaking and exhausted. He had one arm hanging uselessly at his side, and I couldn't stop crying. And still, we weren't even halfway through. My cousin, who was a strong guy and had taken the lead, was the next to get caught. There was a spot where the water split around a bend, and on one side there was what looked like a little drop. He must have thought it wasn't a big deal, just a short dip. But it was more than 10 feet, and the current was vicious. It pulled him right over the edge, and when he hit the bottom, he didn't come back up for a few seconds. We were all frozen, watching the water churn at the base of that drop. I remember thinking he was gone, that the creek had taken him. But then, he popped up downstream, dragging himself to the side and coughing hard. He later told us the water held him down. It just pushed him into the rocks at the bottom. He couldn't fight it, so he walked along the floor of the creek until he got far enough away to escape. Somehow, he climbed back up the hill and came back to warn the rest of us not to take that path. I was terrified. I clung to every rock, every branch, anything that might help slow me down. My arms were scraped and bruised from grabbing onto the shore, trying to catch my breath. The current never gave me a break. It was like being dragged through a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I didn't care about looking ridiculous. I crawled along the side, sometimes just to stay out of the worst parts of the water. My teeth were chattering so hard I could barely talk. I felt like a little kid again, helpless and lost. Most of my family finished the trip in under half an hour. The current had sped things up. But for me, it took over 3 hours. Every time I thought I was getting close to the end, the creek would twist or drop, or pull me into something else. I kept looking for the place we were supposed to get out, but I didn't see it. The signs were gone, washed away, or hidden by the high water. The landmarks my husband had mentioned were all underwater, or too unfamiliar to recognize. It felt like the forest was closing in around me, like I was being dragged deeper into the woods with every turn. When I finally saw the drop point, it was already too late. The current had pulled me past it. I watched it float by on the other side, people standing on the shore looking confused or shouting something I couldn't make out. My heart sank. I tried to paddle over, but the water was too fast. I was pulled further and further down, my arms aching, my mind numb. I had no idea what to do. I didn't know how far the creek would go. I didn't know if I'd end up in some other town or in a river or worse. Then someone on the bank, maybe my cousin, managed to yell loud enough for me to hear. They said something about the water being shallow there, that I could stand. I wasn't sure. I didn't trust the creek anymore. It felt like it was alive and waiting for me to make one more mistake. But I took the chance. I slid off the tube and my feet hit solid ground. The water was only up to my thighs. I staggered forward, stumbling against the current, dragging the tube behind me like a dead weight. When I finally got to shore, I collapsed. I didn't even realize how cold I was until I saw the look on my cousin's face. My fingers were stiff and purple. My lips had turned blue. My face was pale and blotchy. They wrapped me in a towel and helped me back to the cars. I couldn't stop shaking. Every part of me hurt, my arms, my legs, my back, even my jaw from clenching my teeth for so long. We cranked the heat in the car and sat there for nearly an hour before I felt even close to warm. That night, back at the rental house we were staying at, I lay in bed with the covers pulled up to my chin. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the rapids. I felt the pull of the water. I remembered the sound of rushing current and the cold pressing against my skin. I'd never been that scared before. Not even close. It's been 10 years, and I still get flashbacks. I don't go near creeks anymore. I don't swim in rivers. Even lakes make me nervous now. I know how fast things can go wrong. I know that nature doesn't care how confident you are or how strong you think you are. Water doesn't care about promises or memories or childhood nostalgia. It just moves, and if you're in the way, it'll take you. People still talk about that trip like it was a wild adventure, something to laugh about. But I don't laugh. I remember the way my aunt limped for weeks. I remember the bruises on my husband's arm when they popped his shoulder back in. I remember my cousin's face when he came out of that waterfall, pale and shaking, like he'd just seen death. That trip changed something in me. It showed me that sometimes the scariest things aren't the ones we imagine. They're the ones that happen on a regular day, when you think you're just going to float down a creek with your family. When you think you're safe because someone said it would only take an hour. When you think you'll be fine because you're wearing a life jacket and it's July and there's nothing to be afraid of. But there was, and I'll never forget it. I was born with a rare genetic condition called Alport syndrome. It was something I didn't really understand for most of my childhood, but I knew it was a part of me. My younger sister, Ellie, also had it, and looking back, I think it was easier for me to handle because I wasn't alone in it. But as a kid, you just think the world should work the same for everyone. I'd see my classmates running around carefree, their lives unfolding like a picture book. And then there was me, always tired, always dealing with pills and doctor visits. I remember the first time I noticed the blood in my urine. I was probably 8 or 9, standing in front of the toilet, staring at the deep red color swirling in the bowl. It was nothing like I'd seen in cartoons or on the educational videos the school showed us about health. In those, everything looked neat, clear, almost like the body was a perfectly well-oiled machine. But this was wrong. I didn't know what was happening, but I felt like something inside me was broken. I asked my mom about it, of course, and she didn't seem surprised. She told me to mention it to the doctor next time, but she never really explained it. Not until years later did I understand that it was just another symptom of Allport's. The doctor's visits became a routine for me, something I never questioned at first. I thought all kids had to go to the doctor that much. I'd get my blood tested, my urine tested, and the whole time, I had no idea what any of it meant. It was just something I had to do, like how other kids went to school. I felt a little different, sure, but not in a way that made sense. It wasn't like being sick all the time. It was more like being stuck on the sidelines, watching everyone else live, and wondering why you couldn't join in. When I was 15, things took a sharp turn. I woke up one morning feeling weaker than usual. The exhaustion had always been there, but it felt different now, more urgent, more suffocating. My legs felt heavy, my head dizzy. When I went to the bathroom, I noticed my urine was dark, nearly brown. It felt like my body was turning against me, and it was. That was when my doctors told me what I had been afraid of, though I had no words for it at the time. I was in end-stage renal failure. The next 2 years were a blur of medical procedures, hospital stays, and more tests than I could count. My parents were constantly at my side, but even they were struggling to understand the reality of what was happening. I remember days when I couldn't keep my eyes open, when the fatigue overwhelmed me so much that I couldn't even make it through a class. School was a battle. I'd try to focus on lessons, but my brain wouldn't cooperate. My teachers were sympathetic, my friends were supportive, but it didn't change the fact that I was slowly dying. I remember being in the hospital once when a nurse tried to explain dialysis to me. I didn't really get it, but it sounded like something I'd have to do forever. I'd been on the machine for weeks by then, my body slowly getting weaker and weaker. I wasn't supposed to make it to this age, and I knew it. The doctors would talk to my parents about kidney transplants, but there was never a promise, just the hope that I'd hang on long enough. There were nights when the machine would beep in the middle of the night, and I'd lay there, eyes wide open, feeling trapped. My stomach ached where the catheter port was, and it was just another reminder that I wasn't normal. I wasn't even close to it. The infection started shortly after, and I was too stupid to take care of my own port. I didn't clean it properly, didn't take the right precautions. One evening, I woke up with feverish chills, shaking uncontrollably. My parents rushed me to the hospital, where they confirmed it, another infection. It was bad. They said if I hadn't come in when I did, it could have been the end of me. They put me on antibiotics, but I was terrified. I remember laying there, hooked up to IVs, thinking that I might not get to see another day. That was the first time I thought I might actually die from this. The only thing that kept me going was the thought of the transplant. They kept telling me that there were people on the waiting list before me. They kept telling me it could take months or even years before I got a kidney. But every time I heard that, I thought, what if I don't make it that long? Every time the phone rang, my heart would race, hoping it was the call I needed. My family, though, they kept their hope up. They were trying to stay positive, and I could see the strain it was putting on them. But I could also see the way their eyes would flicker with fear whenever they thought I wasn't looking. July 4th, just before I turned 18, I got the call. They found a kidney for me. It was a rush, a whirlwind. I was wheeled into surgery, and I remember feeling calm, almost detached, like everything was happening to someone else. I told my mom I loved her, unsure if I would wake up after the operation. It felt like the last thing I would ever say to her, and it scared me to think that my final words could be so simple, so final. But I didn't have any grand declarations, no last-minute regrets. All I could think about was surviving. When I woke up, I felt different. Not in a miraculous way, but in a way that made me realize I was alive. The machine that had kept me alive for so long was gone, and though the pain was still there, I could feel the promise of a new chance at life. My kidneys were functioning again. The transplant worked. I wasn't sure how to process it. I wasn't sure if I would ever fully understand what had just happened. But for the first time in years, I wasn't constantly thinking about death. I was just alive. The months following the transplant were a slow recovery. I had to relearn how to live without the machine, without the constant reminder of my condition. But there were still moments when I would wake up in the middle of the night, my hearing aids buzzing in my ears, and I'd wonder if this was it. If my body was just a ticking time bomb, waiting to fail again. But those moments became fewer, and eventually, I realized I had a second chance. I had time now, but Allport syndrome never truly goes away. The hearing loss, the constant doctor visits, the medication regimen, I still have to live with those things. I take a handful of pills every day, making sure I stay on top of my health. My hearing aids are as much a part of me as my heart, and without them, I'm deaf to the world around me. I'm used to the doctors now, and I barely even notice the humiliation of undressing for them. I don't care if they see my body anymore, not like I did when I was younger. I don't care if they ask me about my medication or track my progress on their charts. I'm still here. I'm still alive. But the hardest part of this whole experience isn't the pain or the hospital stays. It's the loss that comes with it. My parents had a miscarriage before me. They never knew if it was a boy or a girl, but I've always wondered, would the disease have killed a son? Would I have had a brother? My sister and I often talk about the baby we never got to meet, the child who never got a chance to experience the world, and we both silently agree that the disease stole that from us. Sometimes it feels like I'm not just carrying my own pain, but the weight of the one who never had a chance to survive. I don't think I'll ever fully understand why I was chosen to live while others weren't. I don't know why my body decided to fight back when it did. But what I do know is that I'm here, and I'm grateful. It's strange the way life works. Some people are given too much pain, and others too much hope. But in the end, all we can do is take what we've been given and do our best to make something of it. I've survived a disease that should have killed me, and I'll keep surviving as long as I can. I spent most of my childhood at my grandma's house. It felt like it was where I lived, where I belonged, even though it never truly felt like a home. Grandma was my everyday babysitter, my summer camp, my everything. My parents, busy with their lives, would send me to her place and leave me there for weeks, sometimes months at a time. It was all I knew. No one else seemed to mind it. After all, Grandma was family. She was always around when I needed her, even if she wasn't particularly warm about it. Grandma had her routines, her rules, and you learned to follow them. You didn't talk much, you didn't move too much, and you definitely didn't touch her things. You couldn't touch the antique teacups on the shelf, or the knickknacks she'd collected over the years. They were sacred to her, or at least it felt that way. It was as if the house itself was her domain, and I was just a visitor allowed to stay on the outskirts. The living room was hers. The back room, the kitchen, even the bathroom. Those were areas I could occupy only if she wasn't in the way. It was a quiet arrangement, one I learned to navigate out of sheer necessity. I remember the feel of the air in her house. It always had a cold, sterile edge to it. The floors creaked underfoot, and the furniture, despite being old, was meticulously arranged. You could never be too loud. You could never move too fast. If Grandma was in the living room, you had to stay out of it, retreat to the back room, or even better, outside. If she was in the back room, you stayed out of there too, confined to the living room or outside again. It wasn't so much a rule as it was a feeling, an unspoken law. Grandma wasn't someone you bothered. The strangest thing about her was her relationship with the cats. She always had a few of them roaming around, but you never saw her show any warmth toward them. Instead, it was like a strange hobby for her, poisoning cats like it was some sort of twisted game. I don't know why, but I learned to avoid the sight of the cats when they started acting strange, retreating to corners of the house, pacing aimlessly. And then there was the one time I witnessed her drown one. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I don't think I understood what I had seen at that age, but the image stuck with me. She acted as if it was no big deal. She never explained it, never seemed to care that I'd seen. The cats were just there, until they weren't. They came and went. She never kept them long. When I was around 8, things started to get a little stranger. Grandma began fostering kids, a decision that confused me more than anything. Grandma, who had never been a fan of my presence, let alone anyone else's, suddenly had a handful of foster children in and out of her house. I didn't ask questions, but I couldn't help but notice. The kids didn't last long. Some stayed for a few days, a week at most. The longest anyone lasted was 3 months. It was strange. Grandma had never been one for chaos. She didn't deal well with messes or noise, so the idea that she would invite more kids into her controlled, rigid world seemed absurd. And then it happened. The disappearances. They were never acknowledged by Grandma. 1 minute, the kid would be there, playing in the yard or watching TV in the living room, and the next minute, they were gone. When I asked, she'd just shrug. "They've gone," she'd say, as if it was the simplest thing in the world. And when I asked where, she never gave a straight answer. The foster kids, the ones who misbehaved, or even just annoyed her, were gone. It was almost as if they evaporated, like they had never existed at all. The disappearance of these children became a strange routine. Some of them would act out, but it wasn't like they were terrible kids. They just didn't fit into Grandma's world of quiet, controlled existence. They were kids. They were loud. They wanted to talk, to play, to run. And that was something Grandma couldn't stand. So, they were quietly removed. I never heard any explanations, but I started to understand. It was as if they had never been there, and after a while I stopped asking. They simply weren't allowed to stay. My parents never cared. They trusted Grandma. I suppose it made sense to them. She was family. She wasn't like the other adults out there. She didn't drink, she didn't yell, she didn't cause trouble. Grandma was the safe, predictable option. I don't think they ever questioned her. They trusted her in ways I never could. I'd learned early on to stay out of Grandma's way, but those disappearing kids, they bothered me. Maybe they didn't leave quietly like the cats, but they still vanished, one by one. The fear crept in slowly. If I stepped out of line, if I annoyed her, would I be next? Would I disappear too? I remember staying up late some nights, lying in bed, my heart racing. Would she poison me like one of the cats? Would I just be gone? The thought gnawed at me. Sometimes, I'd hear Grandma moving through the house late at night, her footsteps slow and deliberate. I never dared get up to check, never dared go near her. I stayed in my bed, pulling the covers up to my chin and pretending I couldn't hear her. I could never fully understand why, but every time she passed by, I held my breath, hoping she wouldn't notice me, hoping she wouldn't think I was annoying, hoping she wouldn't think I was one of the misbehaving kids who had to be gotten rid of. The last foster kid that stayed lasted only a week. I watched him closely. He was a little older than me, about 9 or 10, and he didn't fit into Grandma's world either. He didn't care about the rules, didn't care about staying out of her way. He was constantly doing things he wasn't supposed to, making noise, running around. He didn't understand, or maybe he didn't care, what Grandma was capable of. I didn't speak to him much. We didn't interact. But I noticed when he wasn't around anymore. And like all the others before him, he was just gone. Not a word, not a trace, just gone. It took me years to come to terms with it, and even then, I never fully understood what happened to those kids. They could have been returned to foster care, I suppose, but the way Grandma operated, I wouldn't have been surprised if they were never seen again. She didn't care for them, not really. They were just something to pass the time. When they no longer suited her needs, they were removed. The last time I saw Grandma, I was older, in my late teens. By then, I had distanced myself from her, stopped visiting, stopped making any attempt to keep in touch. She was a part of my past now, something I had to bury. The house was exactly the same, as if nothing had changed. The living room still smelled of old dust and stale air. The shelves still lined with trinkets and antiques. The cats still wandered aimlessly through the rooms. Grandma was still cold, still distant, still just as rigid and controlling as ever. But something was different. Something about the way she looked at me this time. It wasn't the usual indifference, but something colder, something darker. For the first time, I realized how much of my life had been spent in the shadows of her house, in the quiet, controlled corners that didn't belong to me. I never asked questions, never demanded answers, but I knew deep down that I would never get the truth about the kids, or the cats, or anything else. I left that day, and I didn't look back. I don't know what happened to Grandma after that. Maybe she died. Maybe she's still there, in that house, in that cold, empty world she created for herself. But I don't care. I never did. All I know is that the house, with all its strange rules and dark secrets, is not my home. It never was. And whatever happened to those kids, whatever happened to the cats, I'll never find out. Some things are better left alone. I still see the narrow hallway of that rental house whenever I close my eyes. The air was stale, tinged with the smell of half-packed boxes and fresh paint. I remember the thud of our shoes on the uncarpeted floor, echoing in the empty rooms where my parents planned to start over. Just days before, my uncle had swung a ball-peen hammer at my mother, shattering her cheekbone and sending her to the hospital. Now, despite everything, we were all there together. Me, my husband, and our toddler daughter, my younger brother, his fiancée, and their 10-month-old, and my father, who refused to leave my mother's side. Everyone else wanted to get out, to leave the property and distance themselves from the horror of what had happened. but Dad said she needed him. So my husband and I agreed to stay the night on the bare floor, all of us packed into 2 small bedrooms. I curled myself around our daughter on a thin foam pad, the mattress still missing the linens and the box spring piled against the wall. My husband lay close beside me, already rubbing his lower back, muttering under his breath about the ache. I told him he could move to the couch or to one of the other bedrooms, but he shook his head, insisting it was fine. We had planned to get up early anyway, drive home at first light, and return later with more supplies. We had a long drive ahead of us, and neither of us slept well on the thin padding. But I didn't expect him to wake me in the middle of the night. His breathing changed, quick and tense. I couldn't see his face in the dark, but I felt him shift, standing up to stretch. He muttered again about his back, and I felt a sharp tug of concern. My husband never complained. I rose on my elbows. He was right. The angle of the floor and the cold had thrown his back out. Without thinking, I nodded to myself. "Let's go," I mouthed, careful not to stir our daughter. He grabbed me by the hand, and we crept out of the bedroom, closing the door on the empty house. Outside, the gravel crunched under our feet. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, but the stars were bright, pinpoints of light over the open field. It felt strange, being out there where just days before we'd planned to help my parents unpack in the afternoon sun. Now everything was cold and unfamiliar. I held our daughter against me, bundled in her pink sleeper, her small breath warm against my chest. We drove the familiar country roads, passing the old red barn where I'd spent summers running with my brothers. I watched my husband rub his arms, trying to keep warm. We didn't speak. There was nothing to say. The farmhouses and empty fields slipped by under the little headlights, and I felt relief as our own home came into view. We pulled into our driveway at 4:45 a.m., careful not to wake the neighbors. I tucked our daughter into our bed and lay beside her, neither of us able to drift off completely. I lay there until the sky began to pale, until the morning light pressed against the curtains. At 5:30, my phone rang with my mother's number. I sat up so fast I caught my hand on the bedpost. The phone felt heavy in my hand, and I scrambled to answer it. I heard her before I understood her. A stifled sob, a gasp, ragged inhalations. My heart pounded, and I pressed the phone to my ear. I didn't hear the beep of a call being answered. I heard my own name, shaky and broken. She said, "He's dead. He's gone, honey." I couldn't think. Our daughter stirred beside me, whimpering in her sleep. My husband woke then, blinking at me in the dim light. I dropped the phone onto the bed and raced to the glass door that looked into the hallway. I switched on the living room light and looked down at the screen. It said Mom. My stomach turned as I heard my mother's voice on the phone again, repeating that my brother was dead. I yanked on sweatpants and a shirt, my husband close behind me. We rushed to the car. I punched in the hospital's address, hands trembling, tears burning in my eyes. I glanced back at our daughter in her car seat. She was waking now, crying softly. I told my husband to step on it. The drive to the hospital took 30 minutes, though it felt like hours. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles went white. I tried to call my dad, but there was no answer. A knot throbbed in my throat. I prayed my brother had survived, that my mother was mistaken, but her tone told me otherwise. When we arrived at the hospital, the parking lot was nearly empty. The desert air was cool and smelled of sage. I bolted inside, scanning for security desks, nurses' stations. My husband carried our daughter in his arms as we raced down the corridor. I found her room at the far end, room 217. I paused at the door, taking a steadying breath. The door was closed. I flicked on the light switch on the wall. My father sat beside my mother's bed, her arm splinted in a cast, her face bruised but healing. My mother's eyes were red, swollen from crying. And standing at the foot of the bed was my uncle in handcuffs, 2 officers holding his arms. He looked like the shadow of the man I'd known, thin, wild-eyed, almost feral. His mouth hung open, as if he still couldn't believe what he had done. My brother lay in a gurney just outside the room. I could see him through the glass window, pale and still, a sheet pulled up to his chest. I felt my legs give way and sank to the floor. My husband set our daughter on the edge of an empty chair, then knelt beside me. His hand on my shoulder was the only thing keeping me from slumping fully to the tile. The officer led my uncle through the final details. He spoke in a quiet voice, but I overheard enough. How my uncle had come to the house, poured lighter fluid around the back door, and set it aflame. He had known exactly when to start the blaze, when the back door was the only escape. He waited inside while my father, brother, his fiancée, and my niece spilled out of the front door into the morning air. My brother was the first one out. My uncle stepped into the yard, pulled a pistol from his coat, and fired 5 shots. 3 struck my brother before he fell. My uncle claimed he intended to kill everyone who left that house. Those were his words to law enforcement. My husband stayed with me on the floor while the officers escorted my uncle away. I felt numb, as though I were watching this happen through someone else's eyes. My mother, bruised though she was, rose from her bed and walked over to me. Her cast scraped on the floor. She knelt at my side, took my face in her uninjured hand, and pressed her forehead against mine. She said, "He's going to be okay." I closed my eyes against the tears, tasting salt on my lips. We moved to the waiting area outside the emergency room. My brother's life-saving surgery was underway. The bright strip lights above cast harsh shadows. I stared at the polished linoleum, feeling every breath my daughter took, every beat of my own heart. Time stretched. Then a doctor emerged in green scrubs, face grave but gentle. She told us my brother had lost a lot of blood, that they had stopped the bleeding and repaired the damage to his organs. He would survive, but recovery would be long. He'd lose a kidney, but they'd managed to save the other. My knees buckled again, and my husband caught me. I let myself cry then, for the first time since the phone call. My tears fell on my daughter's hair. My father put an arm around my shoulders. My mother stood close, her face white but determined. We were all alive. My brother was alive. Later, when the dawn had fully broken, we sat in a small family room, the 4 of us, my mother, my father, my husband, and me, while the toddlers napped in their mother's arms. We filled out paperwork, gave statements, and prepared ourselves for the days ahead. My uncle was arraigned that afternoon, charged with attempted murder, arson, and the shooting of my brother. As we listened to the social worker explain victim services and support groups, I thought about how close we had come to losing even more that night. In the weeks that followed, life took on a strange new normal. My mother's wounds healed. She came home from the hospital with a scar that arched across her cheek, a reminder of how much we had already lost and how much we had left. My brother lay in a hospital bed at home, weak but alert, a gauze bandage still on his side from the surgery. He joked about having to buy a bigger belt after losing weight on the hospital diet. His laughter was hoarse, but it was real. My husband's backache turned out to be a blessing in disguise. If he hadn't woken me that night, we would have been sleeping on that floor. We might have been among the targets when my uncle opened fire. Instead, we were miles away, unaware until it was over. I could never shake the thought of how close we'd been to that terror. But knowing our daughter had slept safely in her crib at home made me grateful beyond words. My father stayed busy, helping my mother in the new house and checking on my brother every day. He held my niece and passed her toys back and forth with our daughter. He smiled, but I saw the lines of strain around his eyes. I knew he wondered what might have happened if he'd gone out the back door that night, if he'd led the family that way instead of the front. In therapy, I learned to talk about the fear, the guilt, the relief, and the anger all mixed together. My mother joined a support group for assault survivors. My brother slowly returned to strength, though he will carry the bullet fragments in his body for the rest of his life. Even so, he says he feels lucky because he got a second chance. One morning, months later, I sat on the porch of my own home, our 2 children playing in the grass. My husband brought me a cup of coffee. I breathed in the scent of jasmine climbing the fence. For the first time since that night, I felt the world was steady beneath me. The memory of flames licking the back door, the echo of gunshots, the terror in my mother's voice all lingered, but they no longer ruled my days. The case against my uncle went to trial. He was convicted of attempted murder and arson and sentenced to a long prison term. In court, my family sat together. My brother testified, speaking of pain and fear, but also of the moment he realized he would live. I wasn't supposed to be home alone that night. My parents had left me, a 16-year-old, at home with my 14-year-old brother. They both worked third-shift jobs, and this was the second day of my freshman year of high school. I'd never liked being home alone out here, in the middle of nowhere. Our house sat miles away from the nearest neighbor, surrounded by fields and woods, the kind of isolation that made even the most confident people uneasy. But on this night, I'd convinced myself that I could handle it, just like I always did. I was in my room, trying to sleep, though I couldn't shake off the jittery feeling that always seemed to cling to me when I was alone in the house. The silence of the night was overwhelming. The quiet of the country seemed to amplify everything. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside. It felt like the house was alive in its own way, breathing along with me, its old walls creaking under the weight of time and solitude. Maybe around 12 or 1 a.m., I finally started to drift off when the silence was shattered by a noise so loud it felt like the house itself might collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was like thunder, but it wasn't thunder. It was something else, something closer. My bed shook, and the windows briefly lit up, like lightning had flashed right through them. I froze, heart racing. It took a second for my mind to make sense of it. I convinced myself I'd imagined it. I mean, it was just me and my brother in the house, and he hadn't woken up. Maybe it was a car backfiring, or just the wind. But even as I told myself this, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Then, a few minutes later, the noise came again, boom, 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 followed by a loud, urgent banging on the back door. I felt my stomach drop. That wasn't wind. It wasn't a car. My pulse thudded in my ears as I lay there, paralyzed, listening. The banging kept coming, harder and faster now. Someone was at the door. I tried to convince myself it was just someone looking for help, maybe a stranded motorist or a lost traveler. But who would be out here, in the middle of nowhere, at this hour? I couldn't just lie there, not after hearing that. I swung my legs off the bed, trying to make as little noise as possible. My brother was still asleep, oblivious to the chaos unfolding just a few rooms away. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? Should I wake my brother? But he was a kid just like me. I didn't want to scare him. I didn't want to be the one to cause panic. But the banging kept coming, insistent, demanding my attention. I slowly crept to the window, trying to see through the blinds. I couldn't make out much, just the dark outline of the back door. But I saw movement, someone standing just on the other side. The person wasn't leaving. They were waiting. "Please help, I need to call my daddy," came the voice, muffled but desperate. "Please help me." I felt a chill crawl down my spine. The voice was high-pitched, too frantic. And then I realized there was something off about it. The words were slurred, almost childlike, but the voice didn't sound like it should be coming from someone asking for help. I hesitated. Something about the situation felt wrong, but I was just a kid. I didn't know what to do. The door was locked, the windows were shut tight. Maybe I could just call the police, get some help before I did anything stupid. But my brain was moving too slowly, still trying to process the whole situation. I went back to my bedroom and dialed 911 on my phone. My hands shook as I spoke to the dispatcher, trying to explain the situation. But as I hung up, I heard the banging again, louder this time, followed by a voice calling through the door. "I need to call my daddy. Please, I need help." I stood frozen for a moment. Every instinct in my body screamed to run, to hide, to lock myself in the bathroom or under my bed. But I knew I couldn't leave my brother alone. I had to do something. I grabbed the cordless phone from my father's collection of things. It was his prized possession, the one thing he bought with his own money. No one was allowed to touch it, but in the heat of the moment, I didn't care. I needed to do something. I opened the door just a crack, enough to slip the phone through. As soon as I did, a hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. His grip was like iron, unyielding, pulling me toward the door. "You better not have called the police," he hissed. "I need my daddy, and you better not have called the police." The cold realization hit me all at once. This wasn't just some lost guy in trouble. This was something worse. I could barely breathe. His grip tightened, and I felt my heart hammer in my chest. This was real. This wasn't a prank or some drunk idiot. This was something dark, something dangerous. I tried to pull away, but his hand was wrapped around my arm like a vice. I slammed the door with all my strength, hoping to knock him off balance. But it wasn't enough. He was too strong. He pulled harder, his face pressing against the door as I struggled to break free. And then, I got my first good look at him. His face was covered in blood, his hair matted with it, his clothes soaked through. Blood was dripping from his mouth, his hands, his shirt. It wasn't just a little blood either. It was like he'd been through something brutal, something violent. And the more I looked at him, the more I realized that none of it was his blood. It was someone else's. My heart raced, terror flooding my veins as I screamed for my brother to wake up. But it was useless. He didn't even stir. The door was still locked, and I was locked in this terrifying moment, with no idea how to break free. I slammed the door with everything I had, feeling the weight of his body on the other side. He was trying to break through, trying to get to me. I screamed again. Nothing. No response. But then something shifted. His grip weakened, and I realized that the blood covering his hands was making it hard for him to hold on. I slammed the door harder, and this time it worked. He lost his grip, and I quickly bolted the door, feeling my breath come in sharp, ragged gasps. For a moment, there was silence. Absolute silence. I crouched by the door, holding it shut with everything I had. My heart was in my throat, my hands shaking uncontrollably. But the worst wasn't over. He started calling through the door again, his voice a mix of frustration and pleading. "Please call my daddy. Please. I'm sorry. Please call my daddy." I didn't know what to do. I had called 911 already, but he was still there, still trying to get in. I didn't want to open the door again. I didn't want to risk it, but I couldn't just leave him out there, could I? It was stupid. I should have been smarter. But in my panic, I unlocked the door just a little, just enough to grab the phone and hand it back to him. The moment I reached for it, his hand shot out again, grabbing me, pulling me toward the door. This time, he was pulling harder, trying to drag me outside. I screamed again, louder this time. "Help! Somebody help!" But no one came. My brother was still sleeping, and I was alone with this man, covered in blood, who wouldn't stop asking for his daddy. "Come here, boy," he growled, his breath hot and rancid on my face. "I just want to thank you. I need to thank you for your help. Come here." I struggled, my hands slipping as he punched me in the face. My vision blurred, and for a moment, I thought I might lose consciousness. But I couldn't let go. I couldn't let him win. I clung to the door, but I was losing the fight. Then I heard it, the sound of sirens, the sound of police cars approaching. It was a distant sound at first, but it grew louder, closer. The blood-covered man heard it too. His grip loosened just enough for me to break free. He cursed under his breath, eyes wild with rage. As the sirens grew closer, he backed away from the door and bolted into the fields, disappearing into the darkness of the corn. I couldn't believe it. I just stood there, shaking, the blood of both myself and the stranger coating my hands, my arms. The police arrived seconds later, rushing to the door, asking what happened, who he was. I tried to explain, but my words were jumbled, incoherent. I was in shock. I heard the fire trucks before I saw them, the bright red lights flashing through the windows as they pulled up to the driveway, the sirens still wailing in the background. The whole scene felt surreal, like something out of a nightmare. My dad arrived soon after, but the police wouldn't let him onto our property. There was too much going on. Roadblocks were set up around the area, and it felt like the whole world was on fire. But my dad wasn't having it. He got into his truck and drove past the roadblock, heading straight toward the cornfield. The man had been hiding there, and when he saw my dad's truck, he made a run for it. The dogs, our Dobermans, were the first ones to catch him. They tore into him, holding him down long enough for the police to catch up. I don't think I'll ever forget the sound of those dogs ripping into him, their growls echoing through the night. After they hauled him away, the police stayed for hours, asking me and my dad a million questions. They were trying to piece together what had happened. I couldn't answer much. I was too shaken. They asked me about other girls, about anyone else who might have been involved. But I had no answers. At some point, the sheriff came up to me and asked me if I'd seen another woman, if the man had said anything about other girls. I shook my head, confused and terrified. Later, my father and my brother stood by the road as the police removed a body from the trunk of the car. I could see it clearly now, the shape of a body wrapped in a sheet, blood staining the ground beneath it. It was over, but it wasn't really over. The terror that had filled the night still lingered, hanging over me like a shadow. It stayed with me for years, making it impossible to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the pounding on the door. I could hear his voice, desperate and pleading for his daddy. It wasn't until I moved out that I finally felt like I could sleep through the night. But even now, all these years later,